promptly.
minute. Adjust myself also. One more speaker, Melissa Cunningham, is attending. Okay. All right, I am going to go ahead, Madam Mayor, and start the broadcast.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to this special meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today is Wednesday, May 27th, 2020, and it's a budget hearing. And we will, as you can see on the screen, we're looking at different departments, library first, public works after that, and then we'll be adopting an emergency economic recovery ordinance. Go to our website, santabarbaraca.gov, to figure out how to participate. We believe this meeting will go beyond 12 noon. Usually we can handle things in 3 hours. Public works is a big department. And so please know that the ordinance regarding our street use will be at the end of the meeting. So we're called to order, and we'll do a Pledge of Allegiance. Join me if you like. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A roll call, please, Ms. Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jordan.
Here, and sometimes I would appreciate if we let our dogs do more of the talking, Mayor. Thanks.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Murillo.
Here.
We'll just check back in. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Not yet.
Okay, very good. This is the time for public comment, items that are not on the agenda. So if you wanted to talk about State Street, that really is at the end of the meeting related to our use of streets. So anybody raising their hand, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, at this point, no one has raised their hand. We do have one question from Barbara Cronin Hirschberg, who looks like she may wish to speak on public comment. So Ms. Hirschberg, I'm going to unmute you for a moment. If you wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please go ahead, state your name and speak for 3 minutes. If you wish to speak on either the budget issues or the economic recovery ordinance, then we'll come back to you when we get to those items.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
I wish to talk about the public library. Is this the appropriate time to do that?
Thank you. Hold on. We will get to you in a bit. We'll put you in line for that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there is not any public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay, we'll close public comment and we'll go to our first item. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 1, fiscal year 2021 recommended operating and capital budget.
Thanks. And Jessica Cadiente is our library director. I see her there. Good morning, Ms. Cadiente. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for being here this morning with us. I want to thank the Public Works Department for allowing us to squeeze in on their day. I know they have a large presentation. And I also want to thank Mr. Casey. He's really helped us during this time pivot the library services. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. Please, next slide. So this is just our presentation outline. As you can see, we'll briefly go over the general fund and county funds that were initially proposed, but as you all know, are ambiguous at this point. And then we'll go over some highlights and achievements. And at the end of our presentation, we'll really talk about our phasing of a reopening of the library. Next slide, please. So I'll start with just a library department overview. This is a snapshot of our overall budget. You can see the general fund is 86% of the department, with the county fund being 14%. And then over to the left here, you can see the major revenues that make up the $5.98 million that is the library's budget. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. This is our organizational chart, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time because it's kind of small and challenging to see, and I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about the staff at the library and the different work that they do. So if you could just advance to the next slide, please. So within our administration division, we have one library director and two managers. One is currently vacant, and then Molly Wetta is filling the other position as library services manager. Then we have an admin analyst and an admin specialist. This division with 4 people manages all of the budgets. We work with the Friends of the Library and the Foundation and the library board. We process hundreds or thousands of invoices, supervise staff, we coordinate the meeting rooms and the art galleries, and really coordinate anything with the county or Black Gold and things like that. So a lot happens in this division with the 4 people. Next slide, please. And then our adult education and adult services team. This is one of our most important teams here at the library. Well, they're all important, but education is our core mission. We have 1 senior librarian, 2 librarians, and 2 library technicians, one of those being vacant at this time. I do want to explain that a senior librarian is a supervisory level position. Librarians hold a master's degree, and then our library technicians are paraprofessionals. Most of our technicians have college degrees in order to assist the public. And this team manages several adult education grants. Many of the things such as SBPL Works and other things are funded through grants that they manage, and also through the state we receive some grants as well. They're coordinating literacy tutors, conducting tutor trainings. They're leading SBPL Works, which is our career resource center, and you will hear more about that later in the presentation. They're managing our career online high school. That is a very popular program right now where you can actually get your high school diploma at the library. You'll hear more on that as well. And then our teen anime program, interestingly enough, one of our most popular programs here at the library for teens. And then they're also squeezing in things such as Vets Connect and our ESL conversation groups. And that's just the highlights for this very small team doing a lot of work. Next slide, please. Our youth services team. So our youth services team is without a supervisor, but they do have 3 librarians. 2 of those are youth and 1 is a teen librarian. Then they have a senior library technician and 3 technicians. The senior library technician has a little bit more experience and serves as a leadership position. And I wanted to just give you an example of some of the work that, 1 technician's output per week. One person is leading 5 early literacy classes every week. They're doing after school classes each week, outreach visits at least 2 a week. They're helping families select books and access library resources. And this is really providing that age appropriate development level, personal touch reading assistance. A librarian's output, they're leading at least 2 early literacy classes a month. They're coordinating across the school district with after school sites, and they're visiting at least 15 preschool classrooms a month. And then they apply for grants. Each of our librarians apply for at least 2 grants every year, and then they manage those on their own with help from administration and their supervisors. And then they're organizing the large scale programs that we hold, such as our very popular Harry Potter night or the summer reading program that you'll hear more about later in the slide or in the presentation. Please, next slide. Our outreach and community relations team. So this is one librarian and one senior library technician, and they are coordinating all of the adult outreach and special events such as volunteer fairs, literary events, arts and culture events that you've seen here at the library. And they're producing all of the marketing, public relations, and social media content. If you receive our newsletter, this team is making that as well. And they liaison with hundreds of community partners. And this team does not have a direct supervisor. They're reporting to Molly Wetta as library services manager. Next slide, please. And then we have collections and technical services. So this is the team that processes and receives all of the hundreds and thousands of books every year. They manage our online catalog and our database with the technology team, and they select all of the different print materials for all branches of the library. And you can see we have one librarian, one senior library technician, and one library technician on this team. So 3 people are managing quite a lot, as well as gathering all of the different statistics. As a library, we are required to report to the state various reports. And then we also have all of the grant reporting that they're tracking the statistics for. And then of course the P3s for the city. Next slide, please. Thank you. Technology team. So this is a team that we've been trying to build over the last few years as we have determined that our technology here at the library does need some refurbishment. So we have a senior librarian, which again is the supervisor for the team, one digital librarian, a system tech, which is vacant, and then a library technician. And these 3 people right now are maintaining all of our public and staff computers, as well as maintaining our multiple iPads, robots. I think we have over 10 different types of robots here at the library, our 3D printers, drones for programming, technology kits. And so they're, managing the inventory of all of these things, making sure that, we know where they're at all times and that they're functioning. And then they're teaching us how to use them, not just the staff, but the public as well. They're holding classes for both. They're managing all of the library software. We have self-checks, we have automated materials handling, we have a very complicated database that they're managing, and they manage our website. So these 3 folks do an excellent job and a lot of work. Next slide, please. Our patron services and materials delivery. So this is, again, one circulation supervisor, one senior library technician, and 2 library technicians. This is the team that is in charge of checking in and out thousands of books a day. They're managing shipment and hold requests. They answer hundreds of phone calls every day. They're troubleshooting any patron account issues, and they also assist with special projects. You see our library technician Taylor here demonstrating drones. Our drone programming at the library is especially popular. Next slide, please. And then branches. So here you see we have one senior librarian. Again, it is Christina Hernandez, who is also over our adult education and adult services team. So she does a double duty here for us. And the Eastside has one librarian and one library technician that is currently vacant. And then our county branches each have just one full-time person at the branch. Carpinteria has a librarian, and then Montecito a senior library technician, and then they backfill with hourly staff. For the Eastside Library, especially our branch librarian, we're overseeing day-to-day operations of every branch. At Eastside, Ahmad, our librarian over there, does a fantastic job of connecting with Leon and the Milpas Business Association. He's hosting weave classes, and the Eastside Library is especially popular with teens and adult programs from all over. We see people coming from Carpinteria, Goleta, everywhere to go to the teen programs at the Eastside Library. And then they also coordinate with all the children's librarians for youth programming throughout the system. Next slide, please. So at this time, I'd like to hand it over to our admin analyst, Norma Cervantes, who will be going over the general fund and county fund budgets for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. So today we're going to discuss the general fund pre-COVID for our recommended budget for fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. So again, this is all pre-COVID, so we won't go too much in depth as all of the numbers have changed since then. The general fund's expenditures for fiscal year 2021 recommended were $6 million, with a difference of $164,000 from the original plan. Next slide, please. Our revenues pre-COVID were $1.3 million, with a difference of $43,000 from the original plan, and that was mostly due to grants that we receive or are to receive for fiscal year 2021. Next slide. And here we want to go over the proposed staffing changes. The additions that we did go to council for fiscal year 2020 was for a library technician for our stay and play grant that we received from the state in order to expand our stay and play grant. So that is the library technician, and it's grant funded limited term that we went to council. We are also requesting a reclassification of the senior librarian to supervising librarian, as the duties and tasks of this position have evolved and is taking care of more management of other services, and therefore we're requesting that. The library systems technician, we're also requesting as the network analyst, as the library has a lot of technical duties, and in order to be able to fill all of that role and help out in the library, then we would like it to be a network analyst. The administrative analyst, we want to change it to confidential, as this position deals with a lot of HR issues and budget, which are confidential for the most part. And then in addition, for fiscal year 2021, that we're requesting is a full-time library technician, which we would take our hourly hours or hourly hour budget and take that and go ahead and subsidize the full-time library technician. Next slide, please. And here we'll go over the proposed changes very briefly, as we did go to the Finance Committee on May 19th. Next slide, please. So here is the laptop. We're requesting an increase of $850, and then adding the accessories, the mouse and the cord, for $50. Next slide, please. And here we're requesting to add the Central Library Tech Lab to our fee schedule in order for us to be able to rent it to the public. Next slide, please. And then here we're asking also to add the audiovisual to our fee schedule, so we can make that available to the public in order for them to be able to use when they do book our rooms. One of the changes is the deposit for use of the equipment, and that's only for the tech lab, and that would be reimbursed to the patron or the renters upon the meeting being over. Next slide, please. And here we're going to go over the county fund for fiscal year 2021. And this is also pre-COVID. So next slide, please. So the county fund expenditures are only for Montecito and Carpinteria, as those are our only branches at the moment. And that is our recommended for fiscal year 2021 is $935,000, with a change of $46,000 to the original plan proposed. Next slide. The revenues for the county are $665,000, with a change of $34,000 from the original plan, and that is mostly due to extra funding from the respective cities and or friends. And at this point, I will go ahead and hand it back over to Jessica.
Hi, Ms. Caliente and Ms. Cervantes. I'll jump in to ask if our council members have any questions on those two sections. Okay, please carry on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So at this point, we're going to just share a few of our highlights from FY20. I know it seems like so long ago, but we know we do spend a lot of time on our P3s, so we would like to celebrate those with you a little bit today. Next slide, please. So I will be discussing the Library Cards for Student Success initiative. This is something that we're extremely proud of at the library. When I first became library director, one of the things that was a goal of mine was to absolutely work with the school district to get our children access to the materials that they need to be successful in school. And during the COVID pandemic, we were able to activate over 6,000 library cards. And this is truly providing a lifeline to our students, we believe, at the library. We've had comments from the librarians at the school district, and I'll just share with you some of what they are telling us. They're so grateful that we have the student success cards, that since you became our virtual library, they've Zoomed every single day with their class to teach their students how to use all of our resources. And in short, that the library is providing students access to the library's digital resources has been an absolute lifesaver in these extraordinary circumstances. And so this is a huge effort by the library, but it's also a huge support by the city of Santa Barbara to our school district. So I really want to highlight that. And then the rest of the FY20 P3s, I'm going to hand over to Molly Wetta to talk with you about. You're muted.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, there's a button I accidentally pushed. All right, good morning. Thank you. Next slide, please. First off, I'd like to talk about one of our initiatives from last fiscal year was amateur radio on the International Space Station. The library had the opportunity to be part of this NASA initiative. We were one of 25 educational institutions selected to contact an astronaut on the ISS via ham radio. Part of several months of programming, kids had the opportunity to learn about amateur radio and become a licensed operator, build and code their own Mars rovers and camps, hear a talk from an engineer with a jet propulsion lab all about Mars explorations. And this culminated in a chance for 12 elementary school students to ask astronaut Nick Hague a question using the radio equipment on the roof of the library. It was so inspiring to see so many students get excited about science and STEM careers while celebrating the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. And we just had a phenomenal time and over 1,000 people engaged in this program. Thank you. Next slide. Tiny Libraries on State Street. So this was an initiative in partnership with the Santa Barbara Office of Arts and Culture. The library distributed over 30,000 books, which was way more than we anticipated. The residents of Santa Barbara were really excited about the bright colored, playful design that was selected by the committee, and we secured donations in order to keep all of those stocked. And we also coordinated pop-up programming at each tiny library, and that drew locals, including families downtown, for printmaking bookmarks, local author readings, typewriter poetry, and story times last fall. Next slide, please. Our OG Readers program was just wrapping up its first round of training in the Orton-Gillingham approach to reading instruction for new tutors at this time last year. This was a program that replaced our popular homework help after school program. We noticed that a lot of students were finding alternatives than the library as homework centers were opened at elementary schools, but many still needed more individualized and targeted instruction in reading. And so learned this curriculum, and our library staff taught tutors. And with virtually no promotion, we were able to fill up a wait list for students to join the program and had great success at attracting high quality tutors for this program. And in total, we were able to train 55 tutors. Some of those were also working in other after-school programs, such as with Housing Authority and Girls Inc., so that this curriculum can be implemented in other areas as well. And we've had phenomenal success with this program. I just want to tell you one story that just sort of illustrates how powerful this can be. We had a mother of a 4th grade student ask the library staff to translate a message to their tutor with tears in her eyes. And she said, "We are so grateful for all the work that you've done with our son. He was at a 1st grade reading level when he started meeting with the tutor in October, and now he's progressed to a 2nd grade reading level. We had done everything that we thought we could to help him read better for the past few years, and now he's finally really happy that he's learning so quickly." The mother had been bringing her son to the weekly homework help program since he was in kindergarten, but he really needed that specialized instruction in this curriculum method to really make progress with his reading level. And I'm also happy to report that this was one of the programs we were able to translate to virtual after the closure of the library. About half of our tutor and learner pairs had the ability to meet, continue throughout this while schools were closed and the library was closed. The staff also took this opportunity to film the 8 hours of training so that new tutors can take it remotely and asynchronously, and we can offer an orientation and a follow-up to make sure that they're comfortable and ready to start tutoring, so that will greatly increase our capacity to reach more students. So this pilot year was a great success, and we're really excited to continue to expand this in next fiscal year. Thank you. Next slide. I also just want to touch on our early literacy classes at the library. Up until the library closed in March, we have seen phenomenal growth in our early literacy classes. Attendance was up 18% over this last fiscal year compared with the previous one. Our popular Friday class had become so large that we moved it to the Faulkner Gallery from the Children's Library and had 2 staff members facilitating because it averaged more than 60 toddlers and their caregivers on any given Friday morning. We've also had an increase in attendance at early literacy classes at our Eastside Library, which traditionally hadn't had much attendance outside of visits from the neighborhood preschools. And with the Stay and Play, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we've had great success. And also that has translated into a popular Wiggly story time that we also offer at the Eastside Library. Staff were also able to transition the early literacy classes to virtual once the library closed, and they still continue to average about 43 attendees at each class. And parents and caregivers were thrilled to have the opportunity to retain that sense of normalcy in their routine and to still see their favorite storyteller and really to connect with one another over Zoom. So you can see all the babies zooming just like we all are now. So that's kind of wrapping up our highlights for that, and I'll transition it back to Jessica.
Hi, I actually believe we need to transition to Ms. Hernandez at this point.
Very good, Ms. Hernandez. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Next slide, please. And I will continue on talking about some of our FY20 highlights here at the library, starting with our adult education program that has really taken off this last year. One of the things we're very proud of is we've launched our career online high school for adults. This program, participants can work through an initial assessment phase, and if they qualify, they receive a scholarship to take part in the 18-month career online high school program. It's completely self-paced and completely virtual. And then throughout the length of this program, the student works with our very own adult education librarian and an academic advisor to make sure that they're meeting their milestones along the way. And then once they completely finish the program, they receive a fully accredited high school diploma. So that's very exciting. So we are looking forward to our first round of finishers, and we would like to host a graduation ceremony for them as soon as we get this first round of students completing the program. Also, as part of our adult education funding and our adult education program, we have established a Veterans Connect program. So this is in partnership with the California Department of Veterans Affairs and the California State Library. And the goal of this grant is to help reintegrate veterans back into the community, and more specifically back into the workforce. So we help get resources and benefits information to vets and to their families. And we also connect them with the Santa Barbara County Veterans Services Officer if they need more direct one-on-one assistance or more in-depth assistance. So we've helped people that way. So that program has actually continued virtually during our closure. Also part of our adult education program, we have established a pre-ESL literacy course. So we worked with our bilingual tutors who are part of our regular adult literacy program, and we worked with them to develop training and a curriculum for adults who need to build literacy skills in Spanish. Maybe they're not quite ready for our adult literacy program in English. So this way they can build skills in Spanish, and when they're ready, that we can move them into our English program. And then also, as part of our adult literacy program, that continues on even during the stay-at-home orders. We are offering virtual English conversation groups every week. We continue to mail materials to tutors and learners so they can continue their learning while they're working together at home virtually. We've hosted an adult tutor forum online, and we send out newsletters to our tutors to make sure that our tutors are keeping their learners engaged this whole time while they're at home. And then we're hoping to offer a new adult literacy tutor training virtually soon so we can recruit even more tutors as well. Next slide, please. Back one slide. Thank you. Also, part of our adult education is our SBPL Works program. This is our job and career readiness program. It's extremely popular and continues to grow every year. We have served 273 unique clients, over 875 sessions. Many of those people come back repeatedly for the next phase in their employment search or updating a resume, that type of thing. We have dedicated staff to offer one-on-one assistance, and we do very personalized one-to-one training with them, whether it's they're searching for a job or they want to practice interview skills, particularly in this time, phone interview skills, updating resumes, cover letters, learning databases, etc. And students in this program, they set their own workforce goals. So the lifetime success rate of the program is 93%. 38% have found employment, and over 50% have achieved one or more of their workforce goals, whether that's computer training, again, completing a cover letter, a resume, etc. And there's so many success stories in this program. I will just share one right now. One of our clients that we had worked for several months, updating resumes, having him apply for jobs, but he wasn't having any success getting calls back for interviews. So our staff member worked with him to really take a deep dive and investigate what was going on. And it turns out he had given his phone number, he had listed a relative's phone number on his application because he didn't have a cell phone. So he wasn't receiving any messages. So our staff kind of jumped into action and helped him apply for the free federal phone, the Lifeline phone. Within 2 weeks, he had a free phone in his hands, and within another 2 weeks, he actually received 3 calls to go to interviews. And we are happy to report that he is now happily employed for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Our SBPL Works team, they've also very quickly responded to the stay-at-home orders, offering all their services that they normally offer in person. We've just moved those virtually or over the phone, and added services as well. In addition to job assistance, we are helping people navigate through the unemployment process, helping them file for unemployment as well. One of our clients was very intimidated by this process, and she was very hesitant to apply for unemployment because of that. So we really encouraged her and worked with her through the process. And now she happily reported that she is receiving unemployment benefits until more jobs open up on the market. So we're very excited for her. And that's just one of many stories as well. So in addition to job assistance and one-on-one assistance, our staff on this team have created several videos for our YouTube channel. They're tutorial videos in both English and in Spanish on not only how to use library resources during this time, but also step-by-step how to apply for unemployment. And our video on how to apply for unemployment in Spanish has actually been viewed 5,000 times. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our Eastside Library has also had several highlights over the past year. In addition to our very exciting completion of our renovation over there, we have offered a series of Spanish language financial literacy workshops, anywhere from creating budgets to identity protection, understanding credit and stocks and bonds. So these have been very popular. So we've now offered them in English as well at other locations. We completed a series of Spanish language computer classes, and we actually created that curriculum so we can easily move that over to any one of our locations to offer the same group of classes. Our SBPL Works expansion, so it's been very successful at the Central Library. So we did expand over to the Eastside Library. So there is a dedicated and fully equipped space at the Eastside Library to work with clients who are working on their career goals. We have a very active teen advisory group. So this is our group of teens that we meet with. Before COVID-19, it was in person, and now we are meeting with them virtually. It started out as we were meeting with the teens every other month, and it became so popular that we are now meeting with them weekly virtually, and that was at the request of the teens, so that we're very excited about that. And this tag group is very important. These teens meet with us because they inform the library on how we can better serve their age group, and this is the age that we really want to capture them. Stay and Play. So Stay and Play is a grant-funded project. It's an innovative model for early literacy. We piloted this at the Eastside Library, and it has been very successful with children and their caregivers. And you'll hear a bit more later about the Stay and Play program. We do weekly STEAM programs for kids. We are now doing those virtually as well, but usually we offer those inside the library, and we have all of the STEAM stations where kids can learn and touch and discover different various stations as well. 1 Million Cups. This is a nationally recognized initiative for entrepreneurs and business owners. They network and exchange ideas over a cup of coffee is the idea. It is sponsored by the Kauffman Foundation. So 160 groups across the nation meet every Wednesday, and our Eastside Library hosts the Santa Barbara 1 Million Cups group. And it's continued to do so virtually every week since the stay-at-home order has been in place. And with that, I will hand it back over to Jessica.
Thank you, Ms. Hernan. Next slide, please. So in this section, I'll be going over the budgetary impacts and reduction measures in response to COVID-19. And just to preempt questions at the end of our presentation today is where we will be discussing the phasing of the reopening. So this is the budgetary piece itself. So next slide, please. I did want to express that the library in the budget that we submitted in February, the pre-COVID budget, we did make significant cuts to some of our key line items already. Our acquisitions, our materials budget, we we cut $51,600, and then our supplies and expenses over $33,000. And then special supplies and advertising as well. So a total of $94,000 was cut in order to balance the budget initially. Next slide, please. Revenues impacted due to COVID. So in FY20, we saw a significant donation dive. As you can see, over $200,000 was not received in FY20. Fines and fees, because of our fine-free program, we were already seeing that reduction, but due to that early closure in March, we're not receiving any money whatsoever at this time, as well as with our copies and our rentals. The items are not available, so we're not making the revenue. In FY21, as we'll discuss later in the presentation, we are not sure as to when the library will be fully opened. And so we are projecting again a loss of some revenue due to just the not having these items available. And then for expenses, we did not assign cost to these at this time, but supplies purchased, things are like gloves, keyboards. Will we need plexiglass barriers when we open in FY21? So we're not really sure what the costs will be for the expected expenses in order to have all of the proper PPE to reopen the library. But you can see here some of the items that we're anticipating having to provide. Next slide, please. So in order to meet our 5% for the general fund, as you can see, the library general fund subsidy for FY21 is $4.8 million. Our total budget is just over $6 million. So the 5% of the total budget is $302,000. And so as you have heard from our team today, we do a lot of very important work. And so we felt that it was important to have the positions available to be filled that are doing that work. And so we're holding a manager and senior librarian position vacant for the year. So that means that the current library services manager and myself and the other supervisors that we have will manage the staff. But as I said, we do think it's important that if we are able to hire again, that we are able to bring on our technicians that are vacant and our network analysts. The state has also cut funds to the libraries across the state. We have a very popular zip books program, which you'll hear later about, and that was about $22,000 that was provided every year to us directly as a library as Santa Barbara, and that will be cut next year, as well as the funding for lunch at the library. And then the LSTA for Black Gold, we receive as a cooperative about $160,000 for communications and delivery. So that's for courier services, as well as Overdrive, our digital materials collection, and that has been cut in half as an estimate at this time. So we're looking at those cuts as well. Next slide, please. I did want to end the budget cuts on a little bit of a positive note. The library, I think, pivoted and was very nimble during this time. And, you know, we shifted funding from our print collections to enhance our digital collections. As Ms. Hernandez discussed, we went virtual with our Career Resource Center and Adult Literacy. Our youth services team acted quickly to provide STEAM and maker classes. And as you heard from Ms. Weta, the OG Readers Tutor and virtual homework help was such a huge support for families. There were many families, especially our Spanish-speaking families in Santa Barbara, who really struggled with moving to Zoom classes. And if their teachers did not speak Spanish, it was very challenging for them to navigate that. So our staff stepped up to help facilitate those things. SBPL delivers. As you know, we've sent thousands of books in the mail. The funding of the shipping of this program was by the Library Foundation. It was a fantastic opportunity to really still support materials delivery. We were the only library within the Central Coast that was able to do this. And so I thank the foundation tremendously for their support of that. We do virtual First Thursday gallery tours with our drones during this time. And then we worked with the Bucket Brigade to do PPE, the different face masks and things like that. So while COVID has been a struggle, the library, I'm very proud of the response that the library has provided. Next slide, please. So I just want to briefly go into the capital program. Next slide, please. This last year, we finished a remodel at the Eastside Library. We worked with the facilities team. It was a great partnership. And as you can see, it really opened up and expanded the space that is available for programs now. We were very limited. We had the MLK room at the Eastside Library, but now essentially we can use the entire library for a program and host so many more people. Next slide, please. Our capital improvement project that is still being funded at this point is the Central Library Elevator. That work is underway and the design process is reaching completion, and it will be a highlight of the city and a lovely elevator. Next slide, please. Some of our capital improvement projects, funding was cut, of course, due to COVID. Our lower level renovation, as well as our automated materials handling that was to go downstairs in the lower level, was cut as well. The automated materials handling that would help with our shipment, it processes about 2,600 items per hour, and so really takes away that repetitive work from staff, and in the long run would save us staff time and money. Next slide, please. So the Library Plaza update. So again, this is something that we have been working on for the last 18 to 24 months with our Library Foundation. As you see some of them pictured here. We have paused the campaign due to COVID, and do hope to continue soon on this, as the museum will be vacating the property this summer. They have verbally committed to being completely off the property in July. Once this plaza is complete, it truly is an anchor of downtown. And I know we've been having a lot of discussions about how the downtown can be revitalized, and that plazas are so important. And the Library Plaza can serve as that community hub and anchor to this historic downtown. So we're excited for the future of the plaza, but at this point, the funding has been cut to that project. Next slide, please. And then just a few of the other items, the upper level and as a whole, the teen space would be in this area. We were given a donation this year of $100,000 to start a needs assessment for the upper level and start looking at that design, because we do get not only a teen space request, but we get a lot of requests for study rooms and other various features. So we would like to modernize the upper level as well. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, the capital improvement project cuts for the library prior to COVID, total $2.2 million was cut from the library. Next slide, please. At this point, we want to look forward to our FY21 performance measures, and I'm going to hand this off to Molly Wetta.
Hello, next slide, please. Summer reading for all ages is going to continue this summer, albeit in a different form than normal. We typically, at this time of the year, announcing all of the local businesses that have donated prize incentives for drawings for summer reading participants. But with the state of our local economy as it is, and local businesses struggling under the restrictions because of COVID, we flipped that and asked those who were able to purchase gift certificates and gift cards from local businesses and donate them as prizes. And we've had a great response to this, not only from the public, but the businesses have really been appreciative as well. So we are also pleased to move everything to virtual. We've had an online program operate alongside our in-house programming for the last few years. So that's going to be a pretty easy transition. There'll be reading logs to encourage reading, especially for children, and challenges to continue to foster community with them. And every child and teen who signs up for summer reading will receive a free book courtesy of the Friends of the Public Library, who have also, the books that they allow us to purchase through their donations, we've been distributing through United Way and their school supply drives and to other community partners just to help kids get books in their hands at this time when they're out of school. So we'll continue to do that over the summer. We will also continue to be a food bank site for lunch distribution during the summer. And I believe the only community site outside of the schools so far committed. And this is really important as the Central Library is easy to access on public transportation. So it'll be a critical service for families who rely on it for lunches during the summer. We also, as Jessica mentioned, this year received the state library funding to support programming at lunch at the library, which will be discontinued for next year. But for this summer, we have about $8,500 to purchase make and take kits and instructions for kids to do maker and science experiments at home. So we're going to be distributing those kits along with the meals this summer with the food bank. And we'll continue to offer great virtual inventive programming. For example, our popular Harry Potter event at the end of July usually draws 1,000 people to the library. And since we won't be able to do that this year, the youth services team have come up with a creative slate of Hogwarts classes that everybody will be able to enjoy from home. So we're looking forward to that. Next slide, please. So we've mentioned throughout the presentation our Stay and Play expansion project. This is going to be one of our most critical endeavors for the next year. This project began at the Eastside Library. We were part of a pilot project with libraries throughout the state that developed a new innovative early learning class style that would be more attractive to friends, family, and neighbor caregivers, as most children under the age of 5 are in an informal care situation. So it's really designed to introduce families to the library and to other community resources, and really help them build connections among each other as they navigate caring for young children. It's been extraordinarily successful. It lasts for 2 hours instead of 30 minutes, and you can kind of come and go. There's coffee for the adults and snacks for the children, and they do a story time, informal play, and also invite guests in. So for example, we have some families who didn't realize that their children were not progressing developmentally until they had the opportunity to hear from a speech and hearing specialist and really identify their child needed extra support early on through this program. And after the success at the Eastside Library, we had piloted a project on the West Side at Harding Elementary School. The principal there was able to offer us access to a classroom that wasn't in use. And not only did we provide a weekly early literacy class there, through the elementary school, we were also able to add a English conversation group for mothers who were really interested in improving their English conversation skills to be able to talk with teachers and to talk with doctors about their child's care more effectively. And so that they had been meeting weekly prior to the closures. But we are really excited that we did receive this additional funding to expand this pilot from the state library this year. And it's really going to allow us to continue to offer services in a safe way. We're looking at meeting people where they're already at in small groups where they already gather, rather than inviting them into the library, or having pop-ups in parks where there'll be open air and no surfaces that we have to sanitize, and it's just much safer from a public health perspective. So we'll hope to hire that new person to kind of facilitate this project, and our staff are really eager to get started on expanding this again. Next slide, please. Outreach is going to continue to be a priority for us over the next year. We did receive a grant both from a private donation and we're a Women's Fund recipient this year to replace our aging cargo van with a modern outreach vehicle that will have shelving and storage, a pop-up canopy, and will be a mobile hotspot that could provide internet service for a neighborhood while it's there. And this really is driven by our desire to help those who might not be able to come to the library, whether it's because of transportation issues or whether it's because they don't have a trust for institutions, but to really bring the library to them where they're at. So we will be able to take materials checkout, to offer our adult education classes and early literacy classes and STEAM enrichment for kids to many community locations and organizations that we already partner with. And we're looking to just expand that to really increase the community connections and access to resources. And again, we really think that this is going to be a safer model in the future to meet with existing groups or in outdoor spaces. So looking forward to getting that new vehicle this year. We also want to highlight the support for businesses and organizations that the library can offer. We have access in our digital collections to 2 market analyst tools that can really help with building a business plan to apply for a loan or for any startup. And not only do we offer the resources, but anyone can make an appointment with a librarian for that one-on-one assistance in navigating them. We also offer Foundation Directory, grant research tool, and as Christina mentioned, we have 1 million cups, and we really support local businesses by partnering them with library events, whether that's inviting restaurants and bars to have a special cocktail in the Santa Barbara Reads theme, or working with businesses like our local game shop, Game Seeker, to offer virtual gaming while we're closed. And we also bring thousands of people downtown into the Eastside Library Real Day and are an anchor for that community center. Thank you. Next slide. So we've been talking about all of the wonderful programs and services that the library offers, but one of our core missions is to make books and reading material and research needs accessible to the community. So over the last couple of years, we've added in new P3 measures to really judge the health of our collections. And we set a goal of fulfilling 90% of the requests for print and audiovisual material, which we're currently meeting, but this is really only due to the ZipBook state funding, which allows us to purchase a book directly for someone if it's not available in our catalog or through our consortium, and has been published for about 6 months. But the funding for this was just recently cut in the budget, so we won't be receiving about the $22,000 next fiscal year. We also set a goal to keep our wait times for print materials at about 12 weeks, which is for every 4th hold, we purchase an additional copy, and we're not able to keep up with this for every popular title just because of the lack of the budget and only about 80% of our titles. So sometimes there are long wait times for popular new materials. Next slide, please. We are also focused on building sustainable digital collections. Our demand for this service has skyrocketed over the last few months. We had set a goal to fulfill 70% of the user purchase requests for digital materials, but currently are only meeting 2% of those. We're able to purchase new releases and the most popular titles, but not all of the many different titles that people request. And this is mainly due to the costs of digital materials. We really only want to get items that we know are going to be used consistently and repeatedly, so we're not able to meet everybody's individual needs. We also had the goal to keep an average wait time of 30 days for overdrive titles. And even after shifting funds to our digital collections in response to COVID-19, we're still at 43 days, which means sometimes for a hot new release, a title you might wait 6 months for. We've seen an increase of use. Our Hoopla collection had 700 new users in March and April, and Canopy, which is a new collection that we added, which is streaming documentaries and films, also had the usage double between February and April. And I think it's just important to note that our digital and print collections don't trade off with one another, that we're seeing increased demand across the board. It isn't that as more people move to digital that we see a decline in the need for print materials. So when we were already facing cuts to the budget before COVID, we know that libraries see increased use during periods of economic downturn. That's something that was true across the country in the last recession, and we're anticipating only increased need. And the library really steps up when people have more needs. So that's just an overview of our current collection budget situation. And with that, I am ready to transition back to Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weta. Next slide, please. Okay, so FY21 adjustments due to COVID-19. When and how will the library ever open again? We consider the library kind of like the rock concert phase 4. We won't be opening to the public as a whole until basically a rock concert's able to happen, because you have to understand that people come into the library and they're really touching everything, and it is impossible to keep things sanitized when you're seeing thousands of people every day through your doors. And it's not just adults. We have toddlers who love to put things in their mouths and things like that. So we'll be discussing the phasing of our opening here in the next few slides. So next slide, please. So as we've been discussing all the different programs that we do here at the library, the response to COVID has been an opportunity to really show our public that the library is so much more than the building, and that the people who work here and the different programs that we offer are really so critical to the service levels that we're able to achieve. And so we sat down and said, we need to look at what our core functions can be during this time and as we move forward. And so collections and materials delivery, as both Molly and Christina have talked about, is how we reach more people than anything else that we do. We're checking out millions of items every year. And then education on all fronts. Education is our core mission. We are the place that is looking to make sure that we are providing the opportunities to the people who live in the city of Santa Barbara, so that nobody is left behind, that nobody becomes a statistic. And so through that, our adult education and adult literacy, SBPL Works, and business education and development are core to that, as well as our early literacy classes for families and caregivers, and then truly supporting our school districts across the board, from elementary through high school. And then outreach. The mobile van that Ms. Weta discussed is going to be taken throughout Zone 1. So it is something that we will be using from our city limits here in Santa Barbara, taking it through Montecito and Carpinteria as well, and really will serve to bring the library to the people even when we're closed. So we've discovered throughout COVID that some people, virtual programming really works. Others do not have access to the internet and do not have the functionality to participate. And so this van will allow us to go to the shelters, go to Housing Authority, Girls Inc., parks, and do pop-ups. And so we're really going to be focusing on that outreach team and expanding that. Next slide, please. So to discuss the phased reopening plan, I'm going to let Ms. Hernandez, she is the expert in this, go over this for you.
Thank you. So yes, at the library, we also will be taking a phased approach to reopening. We want to make sure that we are following all safety protocols and all social distancing guidelines for the protection, not only of our staff, but for all of our patrons as well. So as Santa Barbara has entered into phase 2, the library will also enter into a phase 2. So this means that on June 1st, we will turn on holds in the catalog. Currently, our patrons are sending in an online form to request material, but now they will actually have access in their accounts to request specific items in our catalog. Our book drops will open as well on a schedule. So this will give people the opportunity during scheduled times to actually return their materials at all of our locations. And then the next thing during this phase is following the California Department of Public Health industry guidance for libraries, we will start curbside pickup at the Central Library on June 8th. How that will work is patrons will be able to use, we're purchasing a new software, Curbside Communicator. So patrons will be able to receive notification that their material is available for them. When they arrive at the library, they will be able to call or text us to let them know that they are here, and we will check out their items to them and place it on a table. And then when staff are safely away from the table, patrons will be able to retrieve their materials. And of course, the area will be completely marked with where people need to wait and that they still need to follow social distancing guidelines as well. And once that we can ensure that we're offering this service in the safest possible manner and we have the logistics down, we will then roll out curbside to our branches as well in this same phase. Also during phase 2, we will continue with all of our virtual services that we're already offering. So story times, SBPL Works appointments, food bank during this time will be providing lunch at the library outside. So our staff will also take the opportunity while food bank is here to distribute maker kits or craft kits. So there'll be a grab and go so patrons can grab their lunch, grab their kit, and then take all of that material home with them. Once Santa Barbara enters into phase 3, this is where we will start offering some essential services inside the library by appointments only. For example, if there are a patron needs to use the computer for a job application, we can do small classes for various age groups, such as coding and maker programs with a limited attendance. We can do smaller adult literacy tutor trainings as well. We will allow these services by appointment inside the library in smaller groups where we can safely spread out. Also outreach as well during phase 3. So we will have our outreach van and we can bring this to the library. We will bring the library out to targeted locations off-site. As Molly mentioned earlier, we want to meet people where they're at. And we want to use this outreach to offer regular library services such as doing library cards, offering classes, whether that's computer classes or SBPL Works. We want to provide Wi-Fi. We want to do children's programming, all these types of activities during our outreach as well. And then when Santa Barbara reaches phase 4, that's when we will be ready for our public. We will reopen our doors for normal operations, and we will welcome thousands of people into our building every day. And we will be excited to reach phase 4. And with that, I will hand this back to Jessica.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez. So a lot of planning has gone into how we, and as you all know, every day something changes. But as we are looking to the future, we have a solid plan. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So planning for that future, because we don't have that specific date when the libraries can open in that phase 4. We'll be taking the time now to really look at what the open hours can be with the current staff and our hourly staff. As you know, we let go all of our hourly staff in March. And so the ability to bring them back will expand the number of open hours that we could anticipate. But at this time, right now, we have 19 public-facing employees, and with those employees, we're looking at 25 to 30 open hours for the city libraries. Each library technician adds an additional 12 open hours, so we have several vacant library technicians, so filling those would allow for opening more hours and then filling the hourly positions as well. So we'll need to be evaluating that and at this time, we don't have an exact figure or number of hours that we would be open, but are anticipating that it will most likely be fewer than it is today. We're evaluating our membership in Black Gold, as we will not be sharing courier services for the foreseeable future, as there are 7 jurisdictions that need to agree upon how and what are best practices for quarantining materials and for keeping the materials safe handling. And so as a cooperative, we have agreed to stop courier services for the foreseeable future, possibly even for the fiscal year. IT technology replacement plan and standardization of hardware. We're absolutely taking advantage of this closure to deploy new computers and correct many of the issues that we have here, especially at the central library, but also looking out at our branches and their technology needs. And then reviewing our service model. We do this all the time. We're continually reinventing the needs as the community shifts and adjusts. But that goes along with looking at our job classes and key rating factors for the people who work here at the library. Those are from 1991. So it's a good opportunity now to really look at that. Seeking alternative funding sources. In order for the libraries in Santa Barbara to thrive, we really do need to identify a direct funding source, such as a tax measure or something of that nature, because every year, even a status quo budget means a cut somewhere because costs, as you know, rise every single year. But we will continue to innovate and provide quality library services regardless of budget. Next slide, please. So this is wrapping up our presentation. The image here is the lower plaza on Juneteenth last year. So you can see the activated plaza in just a small way there. So you can see the potential for what we could actually do with a full library plaza. And then I just want to share with you one of the hundreds of comments that we've received over the past few months. The library is a cornerstone of our community, our society, and is a great equalizer. I have lived all over the world, and I love SB Libraries the best. And that's from our Santa Barbara resident, Margaret. And with that, our presentation has concluded.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caliente, to you and to your staff. What a great way to start our Wednesday. All the wonderful programs that our library does. You're giving out food and helping children read, helping people get jobs. My goodness. Are there questions from the City Council? For sure, we have public comment. Mr. Friedman and then Mr. Jordan. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Caliente and all staff. I have just a few questions. I'll start with the hours that you mentioned. Right now, you're looking at like 25 to 30 hours. What does that translate into? And if you could speak in terms of both downtown or Central Library and the East Side in terms of numbers of days per week, would you be looking at, like in the past recession, we closed on Mondays. Is that on the table? Can you speak to the number of hours? And then I also, as part of that, I was looking at the number of employees historically. It's on page B17 of our budget, and you were at 40 and a half employees as recently as 2018, and now you're down to about 33, actually 34, but then you mentioned 19. So if you could speak the number of employees and then the hours, it'd be very helpful. Turn your mic on.
Okay.
There.
Here we go. In terms of the total number of positions, 33.8 is what the library has. We lost some branches, and so that is the reason that the number went down at that time. And in terms of hours open to the public, that's something that we're still really evaluating, and it'll be a you have to measure how much you can do. Do you cut the services such as adult education programs so that you can provide open buildings? And so we'll be looking at that. The number 19 that I mentioned was the public facing staff. So those are the staff that we have that actually work with the public. So that's not like myself and the other administrators. And then we have several vacancies right now. So does that answer the question? We will be looking at potentially reducing the number of days open, but I would need to come back to council to discuss what that looks like. We have been analyzing each day of the week for use, and pretty much every day is the same. We see, a few thousand people through the doors at the Central Library every day. Sunday is only a 4-hour day, but we see, almost just as many in that 4-hour period. And so, so we'll just have to continue analyzing what
that's helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful. I just wanted to see what's on the horizon for us to be looking at or hear back from you on potential closures. I know that was a major discussion that took place 10 or so years ago, and the ultimate decision was to close on Mondays temporarily for the same types of reasons. So to the extent that we can stay open, of course, I'd advocate for that, but I know there are realities that we need to look at. So, and another question I had was in regards to the Library Plaza project. I appreciate your advocacy for it and looking and calling it the central hub. And then we look at what happened this weekend with State Street and the new energy it brought down there. And you and I have had these discussions over the past, as well as the library board, that it could be a real center in terms of having activity. And last October, the Anapamu Street was actually closed down for a day to allow for that type of festive type atmosphere. So my question is, although it's been delayed for good reason right now, what is the actual status of the project itself? Is it fully designed and permitted and ready to go to fundraising, or is there more that the city needs to approve for it to go forward once the opportunity arises for the campaign to restart?
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Friedman, the project has been completely through HLC. We are currently, right now, we were in the design work phase for the construction drawings themselves. And so that work has halted. So we would need the funding reinstated to continue that.
Okay, so it's at the very last stages of it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll reserve this is question phase, so I'll reserve my comments till after public comment. So thank you.
We look forward to your comments. Mr. Jordan, are you there? Questions?
Madam Mayor, I just had comments. I'll wait.
Okay. If there's no other questions, Ms. Caliente, we'll go to public comment and hear what the public has to say.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gorman, what do you say?
Sounds good. All right, we have several members of the public, 12 members of the public who are on right now. 4 of you have raised your hand. If you did wish to speak on this library budget item, please raise your hand within the app. Let's see, so I'm gonna give a list of names here. Ann Howard, Barbara Cronin Hirschberg, Lauren Trujillo, Mackenzie Wildman, and Milt Hess. Each of you, I will call on you. Please turn down the volume on your TV, unmute yourself, state your name, go ahead. All right, Ms. Howard, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Ann Howard. I'm the board president of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I'm here to say 3 things. First, thank you for the support you've shown for the library, particularly over this past year as we've made our way for a second time through the city's planning department and Historic Landmarks Commission to an approval on the plans for that long-delayed revitalization of Library Plaza. We know that this project is on hold in light of COVID-19 and the economic collapse of our city. Second, please do continue vigorous support for the library, our city's only free educational institution. As we've seen in today's budget presentation, our library is so much more than books. It provides critical life-saving resources for our community, from early literacy to Vets Connect to SBPL Works, putting unemployed Santa Barbarans back to work. In this pandemic, when so many libraries across the country are shuttered, our Santa Barbara librarians, short-staffed and stretched to the max, are first responder heroes. I know that our city's budget has been gutted by this pandemic. Everyone is suffering. Our downtown is broken more than ever. And I know it's your job, Mayor Murillo, and council members and City Manager Casey, to rebuild our broken downtown, to create a climate where businesses can thrive and people will visit. We are looking to you for creative leadership. Our library is at the heart of our downtown. The Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation has been eager for the public and private partnership that can remove the blight surrounding our library and invite our community to gather in the new open air plaza at the crossroads of our historical arts district. I look forward to that moment when the city steps up to recommit that $1.1 million for Library Plaza, just cut from the budget. We stand ready to partner with you. If only we had that open air venue now. We are looking to you for creative leadership. And third, as we take these steps to reopen, we know that we can't go back to business as usual. As we move toward phase 4 reopening someday in the future, please don't regard the library as the city's answer to the question of homelessness. As you plan our city's revitalization, please do plan to build the day center that Santa Barbara has long needed, with all the necessary resources, bathrooms, laundry, social service connections. Our library is our vital educational institution where everyone is welcome to learn, but it's not equipped or staffed to be a day center for those experiencing homelessness. We're looking to you for creative leadership. Thank you. We look forward to working with you to rebuild the heart of our downtown, the public library.
Very good, Ms. Howard. Next speaker. And Ms. Clerk, I have a timer on my phone. Our timer got goofed up there in the system, so I'm keeping track too. Go ahead, please.
Very good, thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Cronin-Hirschberg. After that, Lauren Trujillo, Mackenzie Wildman, and Miltess. Ms. Cronin-Hirschberg, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm Barbara Cronin-Hirschberg, the current president of Santa Barbara Friends of the Library. I really appreciated, Jessica, your presentation. It was so comprehensive and clear. I think everybody has a very up-to-date understanding of all the things the library has been doing. I think the two things I'm most proud of in this country is that we provide public education and the public library system. And as a former elementary school teacher, there is nothing closer to my heart than promoting literacy. And the library and schools work hand in hand with that. Even with the library closure, the staff has provided virtual resources, early literacy experiences, homework help, books by mail, and now they're gearing up for an extensive host of summer activities, including the summer reading program. The library is unique in that it's truly democratic, offering free services and programs to young children and to adults who are looking to improve their skills and their mastery of the English language. When we talk about essential workers, I think librarians need to be included in that category. During this COVID-19 experience, it's really brought to my mind the inequality in terms of Wi-Fi access and computer access. Many of the children in our community and adults, the only access they have is in school or going to the public library. So that's something that's really, really important that we want to continue to expand and make available. And once the library is open again, people are going to need to use technology in order to apply for jobs. So I understand our tax revenues are plummeting, but I have confidence that things will improve in the future. We'll always be a tourist destination. This weekend was a great indication of what you can do when you open up State Street. So I'm hoping that you can keep the library in mind and be as generous as possible with your budget to support this vital service. Thank you for your work.
Thanks for your comment. Ms. Clerk?
Our next speaker is Lauren Trujillo, then Mackenzie Wildman, then Milt Hess. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app. If you don't see where to do that, you can send me a question through the app saying you wish to speak on this, or you can send an email to clerk@santabarbaraca.gov stating you wish to speak on the library item. All right, Ms. Trujillo, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I am the Foundation Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I want to thank you all for your support and consideration as you lead our community through this unprecedented budget season. The Santa Barbara Public Library is part of Santa Barbara's essential infrastructure and provides equal access to free education and job training opportunities. As we begin the recovery process, our most impacted community members will rely on the library for employment, education, and community resources. As you have seen in the presentation today, our library, even before COVID-19, has been operating with limited staff and a status quo budget. The vacancy of one position or the loss of funding for supplies has consequences that impact our most vulnerable community members. To ensure the library has the tools and resources necessary to effectively serve the community, it is essential there are no additional cuts to the library's operational budget. Now is not the time to cut the funds to the library that stewards our public realm. On the contrary, now is the time to lift up our library, to respond thoughtfully. We must invest in the ongoing management and refinement of our social infrastructure. Please see the library as what it is, a fundamental building block of our community's health, social resilience, and democracy. The city has funded 78% of the city library operating budget, the county 12%, and the remaining has been supported by donations and grants. The foundation functions to support the large-scale initiatives that are not included in this budget and require a public-private partnership. Capital projects like the successful Children's Library and the future Library Plaza. Our library is the great connector in our community, breaking down the silos between placemaking, public health, economic stimulus, food systems, social justice, and social services. With the strong partnerships that exist, the library is positioned to help our community rebuild and reopen our downtown. But this recovery process must happen safely. The library is an epicenter for our community and a hub for lifelong learning, not City Hall's go-to for the needs of those experiencing homelessness and other social issues that have been extremely prevalent during this crisis. The library is not a day center, and the city cannot continue to force the role of the social worker on our librarians. As we move forward from this pandemic, the city of Santa Barbara can transform our community with the library, not on the back of the library. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Wildman. Mackenzie Wildman, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. When I reset the timer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Mackenzie Wildman, a member of the library's advisory board, and I would like to comment in support of the library department's recommended budget. In these extraordinary times, our library has adapted to meet the needs of the community. The library closed its doors on March 14th. Within 3 days, the library was offering book bundles for kids for pickup. Within 4 days, story times were broadcast online. Director Cadiente and the library staff are thoughtful and strategic in deciding what programs to prioritize adapting to the current environment. Then they are quick to execute. The library has proven itself to be an agile community leader, adapting constantly to the changing local landscape over the last few months. The needs of the community have only grown, and the library leadership and staff is rising to meet those needs. From virtual story times to career search assistance, not to mention access to digital books. May our reading increase as much as our wine consumption while we're stuck at home during this pandemic. You've seen today the enormous impact that each individual staff member of the library makes. One library technician leads 5 early literacy classes, 2 after-school classes, and 2 outreach visits each week. These programs are more vital now than ever. The library staff is more vital now than ever. The library as a pillar of Santa Barbara is more vital now than ever. I urge the council to support the library with the financial resources essential to continuing this good work. Thank you.
Thanks. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Mr. Milt Hess. No one else has raised their hand for this item or otherwise indicated they wish to speak. So Mr. Hess will be our last speaker. Mr. Hess, go ahead.
Thank you. Just doing a sound check. Can you hear me? Okay. Mayor Murillo, members of City Council, good morning. My name is Milt Hess, and I'm chair of the Library Board, and I'm also the city's representative on the County Library Advisory Committee. I'd like to talk to you this morning about the post-pandemic role of the library. The COVID-19 closure presents an opportunity to rethink business as usual. You've done this by transforming State Street into a pedestrian mall after so many years of thinking about it. Let's do the same thing with our public library. For years, we have recognized that having the central library serve as a daytime shelter for our homeless population does not serve the city well at all. But inertia has allowed it to continue. In April of 2019, you received a staff report that included the following, quote, "The library is a primary gathering spot for homeless individuals, and at least 100 individuals rely on the library as their daytime shelter. Library staff estimate that 20% of full-time staff at the Central Library is spent assisting these people," close quote. Director Cadiente estimates that with over 1,000 incidents last year, 1,000, the drain on library staff has been closer to 30%. For the library to reopen safely, we can no longer allow members of the public to linger in the public space, sitting for hours, just because there's no place else for them to go. At that April 2019 council meeting, I appeared before you to urge the creation of a separate facility in the city, a place where the homeless can safely store their belongings, a place to sit, read, use computers, and socialize, and a place where social agency staff can focus their efforts on these folks in a supportive environment. One of the presentation slides that day mentioned a daycare working group, but I've heard nothing of it since. This budget review is an opportunity to rededicate the library to education. It's the core mission, as the director said. Let's sharpen the focus on people who want to improve their lives through learning. Children, adult literacy learners, book clubs, job seekers, veterans, and so on. We should not be diverting resources from this mission for people who just want a comfortable chair and access to a bathroom. Let's make good on that vision of a dedicated day center at a central location. When the library reopens, just as with State Street, let's take the opportunity to get out of a business as usual mindset on this issue. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Clerk, anyone else asking to speak to the public library budget?
Madam Mayor and Council, those are all the speakers on the public library budget.
We'll close public comment on the library item. And before we go to Mr. Friedman, I will just make a quick comment that we had a meeting yesterday about storage for our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness. And we have restarted our conversations about the day center. So just to let you know that in the context of the library is for everyone. And I will pass it on to Mr. Friedman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for the update on efforts to find a day center. I know it's a tricky situation, and I know our staff puts a lot of time in on that, but we are working as a city to address that, because I know there's a lot that goes into what our staff has to address during that. So first, I just want to thank, in particular, our staff at the library. I think we've seen how great they are and the services that they've provided to our community, going virtual at this time when a lot of the children and youth are at home, and to have these extra services through online applications that are able to continue educational experiences for all. And I am disappointed that we have to cut back on some of our capital expenditures, in particular, both the library plaza and our staff workplace remodel. I think our staff, it's been a long time in the making, and they deserve a modernized workplace, and we are still committed to doing that. We just have to delay it, but it's still a priority of mine to upgrade that facility for our staff to bring them up and have the workplace that they need on this. And it's just, unfortunately, the circumstances that we find ourselves in. As we can see, our library, it's just, every time we have a library presentation, I want to thank Ms. Caliente and staff for just showing the great resources and just how important it is to us as a community, and just keeping access to educational, job, other opportunities, serving veterans, serving our homeless, but also serving our youth and families, and the great success that we've had, especially looking at the children's library, and we've already had to expand up outside. So I think the case is being made to have that extra outdoor plaza, to have that new space. So, and just our library in general, you know, going back, I first started with city government on the library board over 15 years ago, and served there for 10 years, and just really got to know both of our libraries. And the work that's being done on the Eastside library is such a benefit to the community over there, and the art projects, the new facilities that we've had, the new computers, it really is a center of the community over there. And just, I'm looking forward to the day that we can fully reopen. I am glad that we have a partial reopening plan in place for stage 2 and 3. And just going forward, I really want to agree with our community partners, the Friends of the Library Foundation, others who spoke today, that we really need to look at the library and how we can maintain the services, because they are going to be more used, more called upon by the public in the months and in the years to come. So just thank you all, to all the staff and from the team on down, for all that you've been doing. And I do go on a little bit with libraries, but they are my passion, so forgive me for speaking a little bit long on this one.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan and Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would echo Mr. Friedman. He does have the passion for the library, and does do a better job than I will. You know, Mr. Hess's words are a little sobering, because the people that are in there are members of our community. And it is both one of the blessings and the burdens that the library suffers. They serve a great resource, but they've also had the burden of being the equivalent of a day center. And I have, for the level of burden that is, I have never heard the level of complaint rise to meet that burden. I have always seen a staff there and a director that has risen to that challenge no matter what, has realized that This probably isn't what they signed up to be as a librarian years and years ago. In addition to just being a librarian, they are now essential social caregivers. And of the part of Mr. Hess's comments, I would echo that we do deserve, or they do deserve, and the city deserves, that we do find a way to take care of that burden also, whatever that looks like. If it's a day center, if it's increased resources to the library, if it's better facilities, it does both. It's clear that today's library is not my grandparents' library. Today's library is not even what my children's library was. But I can't commend staff for doing what they do with what they have and doing what they do in light of what is today's social situation. I would also volunteer, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to see that some phrase of day center is finally getting some traction, and I would happily volunteer to get down in the weeds and do the work on that if you need some work in the business community, or just somebody walking the street trying to figure out the where and the how of that. That's been something I just think is a missing component. We have essentially shuffled that burden around to various places in the city, whether it's Parks and Rec or the library. And we really, as a city, we really need to step up and recognize that we have these goals, policies, and sympathy that needs to be addressed by something more tangible on a day-to-day basis. And whatever that turns into, happy to get involved with that. So many people will benefit in this community, including those people who are sitting out there and living and dying on the street. So happy to do that. Again, kudos to all the library staff, and I'm looking forward to being as supportive as I can, or more supportive than I can, in the next year. Thanks.
Great. You're signed up. Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Caliente. This presentation always honestly gets me a little choked up. I know I've shared before, but every day after high school, I spent from right after school until 7, 8 o'clock at the library, and then later years tutored there for 15 years. And it's truly just the heart place of the city and of students and of parents, and then you know growing up and then bringing my own children there. And I just have to say, what you've done to make the library relevant and to keep it modern and exciting. I mean, you just don't hear that so often, that the library is a hub of all this excitement and programming. And it's truly an accomplishment what you have done to even make it appealing to teenagers, to truly all ages in our community. And it's a resource that keeps with us through our whole lives. I mean, that library is still going to be a resource into older age, into grandchildren. It's just, it's really heartwarming to think of what a resource it is. I just want to highlight just a few things, how you rise to the occasion in crisis. I mean, when we're first coming on and it was the Thomas Fire, and all that you did for the children of the community and everyone in the community to have a place to even breathe. And now in this different type of crisis where it isn't a place where people can flock to, but you're still rising to the occasion of finding ways to meet people where they are and what they're doing. And it's truly remarkable. And I just have so much gratitude. And also not just what you do for literacy and second chances and third chances in life, but for the business community, for high school diplomas. It's just, well, you've gone through it all, and I'm glad it takes a long time, this presentation, for you to like thoroughly go through all of the accomplishments of the library. I do want to say that even though it's unfortunate that we have to put off capital improvements, you've made it so clear through this presentation that the library is more than the building, and the programming and the people, I think, is what is the primary importance. And so keeping that at the forefront. So sad to have lost our hourly workers, and looking forward to when they can come back. That's such an important part of the cycle of not just employment, but of having community in the library as those hourly employees also. And I know that was difficult all the way around for everyone. About the day center and about the library as a space for homeless, those experiencing homeless to spend the day. I have very mixed feelings about this. You know, over 40 years ago, 45 years ago, the years when I was in high school and in the library, there are always those experiencing homeless in the library, but also utilizing the resources of the library, reading poetry books, logging onto the computers to look for job resources, the library works programs that you're talking about. And I'm wondering about, it definitely needs to be addressed, but I'm wondering if we might want to talk in the future about embedding a social worker within the library system. It's something I've talked about before. It is not a librarian's job to be a social worker, but it is a social worker's opportunity to come to the library where so much of that work is being done. And maybe let's keep that conversation going. But in terms of public comment, I do want to say that it's not our job to turn away homeless from the library either. The library is a place that is a resource for all, and especially when times are difficult. And a day center is not going to be the library. It may have other. I'm very supportive of a day center, but there's something special about the library that draws people, whatever their life circumstances are. And that's, I think, what I really applaud about what you do with the library. And we need to relieve that burden of the extra social work component. And so let's just keep that. I would like to keep that conversation going and get you resources that maybe rather than having homeless people not feel that they could spend the day at the library. Library is a great place to spend an entire day, just saying. So just thank you, especially to the Santa Barbara Reads this year in terms of relevancy. You know, we had our gay and transgender youth feeling welcome and invited and celebrated, and what a beautiful event that was. And just, you talk about making the library constantly relevant. And then the Juneteenth event too. So I just, not just technology being relevant, but the programming and the topics, and just gratitude and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snedden. Ms. Gorman, you believe someone may have raised their hand right as we started council deliberations. Did you ascertain that person wanting to speak on library?
And Madam Mayor, actually, as you said that, she has lowered her hand. So I believe she wishes to speak on another item. So nope, she's back. So we'll unmute Roseanne Crawford for a minute. And Ms. Crawford, you can, if you wish to speak on the library, go ahead. If not, you can raise your hand later. Ms. Crawford?
Hi, can you hear me? This is Roseanne Crawford.
Yes, we
which
can
item
hear
did you wish to speak on?
The library, thank you. I just want to say, as a participant and consumer in the community, I've very much been impressed how the library has stepped up to the plate with all this virtual innovation. Nobody expected this COVID situation. We're going to be in it for a long time. And I'm extremely impressed of how they are such an asset to all of the schools at all different grade levels, you know, all the way across from 5 to high school. My daughter, we are very focused in education with our family. My daughter's a doctor. And the other day she was saying, "Oh, Mom, I'm so excited about the library. I'm getting things for Christopher." I said, "What? Christopher's 2 years old." "Oh, they have things." And the parent group, the pet group is all excited. They use the library all the time. Even when it was open, the parents, the young people, they're going there, "Really?" And I said, "Well, I haven't been there since I took you guys when you were little." "Oh, it's a place, it's happening." So what I'm saying is all ages, including senior citizens, it's such a wealth of not only leisure, but learning now has stepped in with the academics supplementing the school's curriculum. It's just wanting to support that on every single level, because this situation will be with us for a while. And I think some of these programs are here to stay, particularly in terms of what the library offers the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Crawford. And we will go to my comments unless another city council member pops up there on the screen. Okay, thank you. I'd like to express my commitment to maintaining library funding, minimizing cuts, of course. I say that for on behalf of our downtown and Eastside libraries, but I'm also committed to the Montecito and Carpinteria libraries as they're part of our system. As I stated earlier, our work has begun with our nonprofit partner, SB Act, the county and others to find storage space for our homeless neighbors. And we're talking about a day center. So we really do need community support for when a location for a day center is identified. I'd like to just 1 minute tell you that when I was a child, I spent my afternoons in the library, and there was an elderly Japanese man who folded origami animals for us, animals. And so when people talk about the magic of the library, I can't even describe how fun and welcome everyone felt at the public library. And it really was the foundation of my academic achievement in life, my success, I guess. So thanks, Ms. Cariente. I think everybody has a story like that of how the library has helped them in a very personal way. I'm not sure we'll keep going on with State Street as a pedestrian plaza, but I was thinking we could do a bookmobile or some kind of storytelling or other kind of library programming in the public space to invite families to come down to our downtown and live in our downtown space. So that's just an idea I'm throwing out there. You're so busy. I'm not adding something else to your list. I'm saying we would have to find funding for that and resources and staff, and that's what we all have to keep in mind as we look through our library budget and as we look through the rest of the departments and our budgetary needs. So Ms. Cariente, and to your staff, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and close the library item with thanks and gratitude. And we will take a 5-minute break because we're just about at 2 hours. And if there's nothing else, this meeting is in recess. 5 minutes. Thank you. We will reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Ms. Clerk, we're ready to move on to our Public Works Department. This is a budget hearing, and we're excited to hear from our Public Works Director and her staff as soon as they're ready. Ms. Bjork, I can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm Rebecca Bjork, Public Works Director, and if we can have the slides up, we will get going. I will take this time while we're waiting for that. We have a large department. We have 121 slides. We have worked hard to make it as quick as possible. We do have time for questions after each division, so you don't have to remember questions through the whole way, but we will be happy to take questions whenever you like. We hope we will answer them through the course of our presentation, however. So with that, I'd like to get going. Next slide, please. Our department is comprised of 7 divisions, and today you will be hearing from the managers of each of those divisions. They will introduce themselves as they do their presentations. Next slide, please. Our mission in Public Works is to provide our community with a sustainable foundation to thrive by delivering quality services and public infrastructure through efficient and fiscally responsible practices. However, at this time, in the middle of this COVID emergency, we are viewing our mission as providing the community with the, next slide, sustainable foundation to, next slide, survive by providing these services. This is very important as we are asking people to stay at home. It's important to have clean, safe, running water, effective sewers, and roads that work well when you have to leave the house, so that you don't end up being on the road longer than you need to. Next slide, please. Our presentation will follow this format, just so you know where you are. We will start with administration, and each of the divisions will be speaking about their proposed budget, the proposed fee changes, key initiative and work efforts, and the impacts of COVID-19. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our Public Works Business Manager, Mr. Michael Pease. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Mayor Murillo and council members, I'm Michael Pease, the Department Business Manager. Happy to provide an overview of the department and present the proposed administration division budget for you today. Next slide, please. Public Works is the largest department in the city with 34 performance-based budget programs and almost 300 FTEs and even more hourly staff. This summary shows a distribution of the staff and leadership in the department. Prior to the COVID event, the recommended budget for fiscal year 21 reflected a 0.8% 8 FTE increase. This net is a net change of a variety of smaller changes across the department. Next slide. Looking at the department's revenues in the recommended budget, Public Works is largely comprised of enterprise funds who operate like a business supported by user fees such as water, wastewater, and downtown parking. In fact, 2/3 of the department are made up of the water and wastewater utilities. The general fund is about 6% of department revenues. Next slide. Looking at the expenditures by fund, again, the water and wastewater utilities are a large portion of the department. The department also includes internal service funds that provide services to other city operations such as fleet and facilities management. The general fund, again, is about 6% of the department's expenditures. Measure C capital, also shown here, is about 11% of the budget. Next slide. Looking at expenditures by category, capital infrastructure is about 1/3 of the department at about 50 million. Measure C is about 11% of the total department budget, around 19 million. And for comparison, salary and benefits, which is usually a large operational cost, is about 28% of the department budget. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to get into the administration division budget. Next slide. Administration serves 2 core functions in the department: administrative support, overseen by a department administrative supervisor, and financial support, coordinated by 2 administrative analysts. Next slide. The administration division has 6 FTEs and an annual budget of about $1.4 million. The division is responsible for coordinating a number of department-wide and citywide efforts, including the annual department budget. During the COVID event, administration has been focused on the capture and recovery of COVID response costs and facilitating the use of technology around larger scale telework. Administration also supports the department through other means and facilitates consistency across the department with standardization, and facilitates with other across Public Works divisions and with other city departments for greater cohesiveness across the entire city. Next slide. The administration division budget is largely a status quo budget, except for a proposed 5% reduction to respond to the COVID event, which I'll detail more on the next slide. The department is about approximately $1.3 million, and it's funded by the general fund. So it's supported mainly by general tax revenues, but also by overhead charged to enterprise funds for support services to those funds. Next slide. The administration division proposed adjustments include reducing hourly support. This hourly support has allowed in-house staff to focus on the highest priority tasks and workflow. So having fewer hourly staff hours will likely lower the service level to the department, which will require in-house staff to take on some of the lower priority tasks or defer some of the very lowest priority administrative tasks, such as special projects, training, and development tasks. As proposed, there's also a general reduction in operating costs, including delay of our public outreach improvement contract. As a result, in-house staff will likely take on most of these duties to continue this important outreach to our community, especially for our capital projects. The general reduction also includes reduced supplies and services costs, such as travel and training costs and small contract costs for temporary staffing mainly and small facility work orders. Lastly, the proposed reductions include a deferral of small equipment purchases. We realize that the deferral of these purchases will extend the life cycle of our current equipment, which may likely result in more maintenance costs. So we're hopeful that some of these reductions will be restored in the short when appropriate. But we will certainly do everything we can in the short term to mitigate the impact of all these proposed reductions. That concludes my presentation of the administration division. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Up next will be our engineering division. All right, not seeing any questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to,
Oh, yeah.
thank you. I'm going to introduce our city engineer, Brian Diamore, to continue our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pease. Good morning, Mayor Murillo, members of the City Council. My name is Brian Diamore, City Engineer for the Engineering Division. If you could go to the next slide, please. Today's budget presentation will include an overview of the Engineering Division, highlights of each of the 2 engineering programs, the overall division budget and recommended adjustments, potential COVID-19 impacts, including budgetary impacts and service level impacts. Next slide. The engineering division consists of 2 programs, the Engineering Services Program 4211 and the Land Development Engineering Program 4212. Engineering Services has 4 sections, including Water Resources Engineering, Streets Engineering, Airport Engineering, and Special Projects and Planning. Land Development Engineering has 3 sections, including Development Review, Real Property, and Construction Inspection. Both programs are primarily funded out of the general fund, with the exception of approximately 2 FTEs within Engineering Services that are funded by Measure A local transportation sales tax. Over 90% of the general fund expense is budgeted to be reimbursed based on actual activity within these programs. The remaining portion is general fund support that recognizes non-reimbursable activity in support of general fund operations within these programs. Next slide. Engineering Services program is the largest of engineering's 2 programs. This provides professional engineering and project management services in support of the city's capital projects, including many essential maintenance and repair projects. While the bulk of our work is internal to Public Works, supporting the operations of our water resources and streets infrastructure, we also manage capital projects for the airport, waterfront, Parks and Rec, as well as for police and fire. We are involved with projects in all phases, from the initial development, planning, and design, all the way through construction. We are constantly managing the constraints of cost, schedule, and scope, while striving to meet the expectations of project stakeholders. There are approximately 33 FTEs within this program. The majority of these positions are considered billable positions. This means that these staff charge individual projects for actual time spent. The hourly rates for those charges, it includes a factor that accounts for benefits, allocated costs, and overhead, including non-billable or our administrative staff. For fiscal year 2021, the overall program budget was originally approximately 6.1 million, with roughly 90% budgeted to be reimbursed through hourly charges to various capital programs. Next slide. Engineering's other program is the Land Development Engineering Program. This is responsible for management of many activities within the city's right-of-way that are primarily associated with private projects. We perform plan review and inspection of private work within the city's right-of-way and the coordination between public and private projects. We manage and operate the Public Works permit counter, processing over 1,500 Public Works permits annually. And this program also processes over 1,000 building construction permits annually. For fiscal year 2021, the overall program budget was originally approximately 1.8 million, again with roughly 90% cost recovery through a variety of sources. There are 9.7 FTEs within this program. Next slide. The originally proposed FY21 budget included an approximately 8.7% general fund subsidy. This is in line with the general fund subsidy that has been budgeted over recent budget cycles. However, with COVID-19 impacts anticipated to continue into the next fiscal year, we have included recommended adjustments which will reduce the general fund subsidy in half for the engineering division. These adjustments are all on the expenditure side. We are proposing keeping 2 non-billable positions vacant. 1.5 is in land development, and the other half is in engineering services. Also proposing significant reductions to discretionary spending, including training and special projects. Training provides a range of benefits, from improved productivity to employee satisfaction and retention, so we hope this can be restored over future budget cycles. At this time, we are not proposing an adjustment to revenue in FY21, which will be discussed more on the next slide. Next slide. Thank you. The economic disruption caused by COVID-19 will impact the 2 engineering programs in very different ways. The engineering services program supports the city's capital programs, all of which are experiencing revenue impacts. However, we are not projecting any decrease in engineering services work order revenue in FY21. Many of our capital programs remain funded with non-general fund capital, and we have the ability to shift workload from outside consultants to staff if there is a sustained decrease in capital funding citywide. This will enable staff to maintain the required billing activity in order to achieve the cost recovery or the revenue targets set in the budget. Projecting land development engineering revenue is a bit more challenging. We have seen a drop in revenue generating activity in April and May. While this data set is limited, the drop in revenue is approximately 20% for the impacted months. Prior to this drop, fiscal year 2020 revenue was tracking on par with fiscal year 2019. So while we are anticipating COVID-19 impacts to continue providing headwinds in fiscal year 2021, we do project that this will be somewhat offset by a full year of revenue that is based on the previously completed fee study. So we will continue to carefully monitor revenue on a monthly basis and revise projections if necessary. Next slide. The proposed budget adjustments will impact service level within the two engineering programs. For engineering services, we propose to keep an administrative specialist position that is shared with land development vacant. This will have a minor impact on our ability to provide customer service to internal and external stakeholders. It will also have a slight impact on our ability to deliver projects as we route numerous critical path items through our administrative team. There are other vacancies within this program. However, they are all billable positions. Keeping these positions vacant does not result in a cost savings to the general fund. But for right now, we are temporarily holding those positions vacant, at least until there is greater economic certainty. For the land development engineering program, we propose to keep the other half of the administrative specialist position vacant, plus a supervising engineer, for a total of 1.5 FTEs. And this program is only 9.7, so it's a pretty big percentage for that entire program. Although keeping these vacancies open will provide savings to the general fund, it may not be sustainable to keep them vacant if land development activity ramps up. So we are also anticipating at least another vacancy within this program in the very near future. So I've been talking to the various principals within the different work groups in engineering, and we're going to need to work closely together as these vacancies come up and assess the needs and potentially shift assignments in a way that can maximize revenue while minimizing impacts to customer service and project delivery. Next slide. I think I'm at the end. Yes.
Right. You'll be moving on to streets operations. City council members, any questions so far? All right, keep going, Mr. Demore.
Okay, so that is the end. I would like to introduce Mr. Dewey, the Division Manager for Streets Operations and Infrastructure Management.
Thank you, Mr. Demore. Good morning, Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm Jim Dewey, the Streets Operations and Infrastructure Manager, and I'll be providing our division overview, program highlights, and our fiscal year 2021 budget and our COVID-19 impacts to revenue and our related mitigations. Next slide. The Streets Operation and Infrastructure Management Division is responsible for the design, operation, and maintenance for transportation assets in the public right-of-way. It includes 11 programs and has 40 full-time employees. Derek Bailey, our principal traffic engineer, and I manage the division. The division is funded by streets funds, primarily utility users tax, gas tax, and Measure A. The street sweeping fund is funded with a combination of Measure B funds and proceeds from street sweeping citations. Our programs are grouped into 4 categories: traffic engineering, which includes our engineering group and traffic signal technicians; general maintenance, which includes traffic markings and signs; storm drain repair; and our concrete crew. Our paving crews perform production paving and asphalt repair work, and our right-of-way services includes graffiti abatement, street sweeping, and other on-demand services. Next slide. Transportation Administration provides for the accounting and funding of all transportation-related programs within Public Works and transfers to other city programs like street tree maintenance. Next slide. Roadway maintenance provides for the maintenance and operations of 245 miles of our city streets and includes our production paving crew and the work of our asphalt repair crew. Next slide. Sidewalk maintenance maintains sidewalks, curb, gutter, and access ramps and is performed by our concrete crew. Next slide. Storm drain repair maintains our 99 miles of storm drain systems and operates the Laguna Channel pump station. Next slide. Graffiti abatement responds to all graffiti in the public right-of-way. Next slide. Traffic markings and signs maintains all street and curb markings and maintains over 20,000 traffic signs throughout the city. Next slide. Traffic signals is a two-person crew who maintains all signalized intersections, pedestrian flashers, and all other electronic traffic control equipment. Next slide. Traffic engineering designs, monitors, optimizes, and coordinates transportation systems throughout the city. Next slide. Streets Capital provides for the funding of maintenance, repair, and improvements of right-of-way assets with gas tax, utility users tax, and Measure A funds. Next slide. Street sweeping helps keep our city streets, creeks, and oceans clean. Next slide. This is sort of a public service announcement. Street sweeping has been curtailed since the start of the pandemic, and now it's necessary to resume street sweeping in order to keep our creeks and oceans clean and keep our community looking good. We're planning to resume street sweeping on June 15th, so we'll have a lot of signage out and be preparing for that once we decide to go ahead with that proposal. The thing that we want to get out to the public is that please observe all parking restrictions in the city in order to avoid parking citations. Next slide. This table shows all of our streets and transportation funds and ties to the revenue shown on page B2 of your budget document. We had planned on a total FY21 revenue of about 17 million, and we're projecting a 1.6 million shortfall due to COVID-19. Next slide. We expect to see a revenue shortfall of 1.7 million or 11% this fiscal year, and project a 1.6 million or 10% shortfall for next fiscal year. Gas tax will be especially hard hit with a reduction of demand for gasoline and diesel. Measure A sales taxes and utility users taxes will also be negatively affected. Next slide. This slide shows a breakdown of streets, Measure A, and street sweeping expenditures. The table shows the spending adjustments related to COVID-19 and the resulting new expenditures. So some of our adjustments include about $380,000 reduction by holding existing positions open in salaries and benefits, the reduction of special projects and transportation of $30,000, and a total reduction of capital in streets of $1.2 million. Next slide. So now I'll provide an overview of our pavement maintenance program, looking at last year, this year, and fiscal year 21. The scope and timing of future projects is going to change based on the amount of Measure C funds that we can invest in pavement maintenance in FY21. This is a geographically based view that'll give you an idea of the distribution and size of the program. Slurry seal projects consist of streets resurfacing, crack sealing, and the application of pavement coatings designed to extend the life of existing pavement. Our aim with all pavement maintenance is to address maintenance priorities and to provide a fair distribution of work to every part of the city. For each one of these slides I'll be presenting, we'll show our work completed in FY19 in blue, our work that we're working on right now in FY20 in red, and our planned work for FY21. Of course, the planned work is going to be changing depending on how our revenues look coming into the next year. Next slide. So this shows a map representation of our slurry seal projects, FY19 in blue, FY20 in red, and FY21 in black. Next slide. Overlay work consists of pavement replacement and street reconstruction. This needs to happen when a pavement system comes to the end of its useful life. And again, this is our FY19, 20, and 21 projects. Next slide. Crew paving work includes production paving projects and point repairs throughout the city. With the short-term reduction of capital funding for pavement maintenance, the street crews will fill the gap with our pavement maintenance program with their proven efficiency and quality. Next slide. So we'll now look at our projected revenue shortfalls due to the pandemic and our planned mitigations. The streets funds are projected to balance their budget rather than provide for a 5% reduction goal. Our mitigations for this year include a shift of some contract paving work to the streets crews, a reduction of change order authority in our pavement maintenance program projects for FY20, and a reduction in street sweeping and a one-time use of reserve from various sources. Next slide. Looking to our FY21 mitigations, we'll be eliminating 30,000 in transportation planning projects, eliminating 250,000 in Measure A sidewalk replacement funding. We'll be reducing our streets and Measure A funding to our pavement maintenance program, and we'll hold 5 important positions vacant for a savings of $380,000 and plan to use $335,000 in reserves. Next slide. Some of the impact to our reductions are longer maintenance cycles for general right-of-way maintenance, a reduction in paving projects provided by contractors, and added backlog to sidewalk replacement or deferred maintenance, and more project risk associated with the reduction of change order authority. Next slide. So a large part of our answer to reduced paving contracting is the outstanding work of our production paving crew and our asphalt repair crew. Their scale and capabilities have grown over the last few years, and their work product and efficiency is something that we're very proud of. I'm very proud of the performance of all of our streets crews, especially for their work during the COVID pandemic. The streets crew just completed repaving a section of State Street right before its reopening from Ortega to Carrillo. So check it out, it's really a beautiful job. And we'll be looking to our crews to do more paving with our reduced streets capital budgets during the financial crisis. Next slide. And now I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Gutierrez has a question for you, Mr. Dewey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Give me 1 second. Let's see. How much are we spending on graffiti removal a year? Or if you have a monthly budget, that would also work for me.
Okay, Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. The total graffiti program, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but they're around, let's see, let me see if I can find the document for that.
And is there specific funding that like comes from the state to help cities with graffiti removal?
There isn't any specific funding. So graffiti removal is funded with streets funds, which would include, Measure A, UUT, and gas tax funding, anything that's transportation related because it's dealing with the public right of way. I believe that the whole program is about $500,000, somewhere in that range.
Okay, next question. How much are we spending in all repairs a year, like street repairs? I know they vary from year to year, but could you give me roughly how much we spent last year?
How much we spent in FY19 or how much we're spending in FY20?
FY19.
Okay, I'm going to just speak broadly as far as the overall funding is concerned. Much of our pavement maintenance is funded through Measure C, and that funding is, I believe in FY19 was somewhere around $18 million. There's also additional funding that come in through the streets funds, and that contributes to sidewalk replacement and storm drain replacement and other infrastructure beside pavements. And that in total is around $4 million. Now, to get you the exact numbers, I can follow up with you and go through the budget with you. So I'm kind of making rough estimates right now.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. So street sweeping, the street sweeping vehicle, is that owned by the city?
Street sweeping is all contracted. So the streets does not have a street sweeping vehicle.
And how much does that cost a year?
Altogether for the commercial and residential program, it's a little over $1 million. And that's funded through streets. A small portion is funded through streets, about 180,000, and the rest is funded through Measure B and through street sweeping citations.
Measure B?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm curious, where does the trash go that the street sweeper picks up? Where do we?
It's handled through, it's deposited with Marburg and handled like regular waste. So the components of it that can be separated out and recycled or composted will be, and the rest of the trash will be landfilled.
All right, let's see. Does your department by any chance have a timeline on how much time is spent and how much money and workers is spent to repair, paving or any type of repairs that are done in our streets?
Yes, we have a computerized maintenance management system that tracks all of our costs, where all of our labor, materials, and other sources like trucks and other assets contribute to all of our projects. So that's very carefully tracked.
And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dewey. First of all, it's been so great to see so many beautiful projects throughout the city and seeing Measure C at work and so many repaved streets. Really nice. Some bold changes and improvements you've made this year. Also really, really great. And it's great to see our city crews out there on the street. So all of those really great. I have a question relating to slides 41, 42, and 43 about the slurry seal projects, overlay projects, and paving and repair. And it's just a question that I get a lot. And now that we've moved to sort of districts, how are the priorities set for which streets get the most attention? And I know it's probably the most traveled streets, and that's always going to be downtown. But in the hillside, you also have streets that have a lot of wear and tear, and some don't look so great. And I do get a lot of email that then I forward on to you, but just so that we can know an overall picture for the city, how those priorities are set about which streets, when, and the timing. So that's one question. And then the other I'll have is, you mentioned different FTEs and different divisions or subdivisions, and what is the total FTEs that we're proposing to keep open? I'm a little bit concerned. It seems like a high number when you start adding those all up. So those are my two questions.
Okay, Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Snedden, let me just answer the first question, or the second question first. We're going to be holding 5 positions. These positions are all streets maintenance worker 2 positions. So our staff is going to be working shorthanded. And that's out of 20 full-time positions.
That's a fairly large percentage.
It is, and we are hiring hourlies to help fill in for that, and we'll do that as best we can. We'll take a look at how our revenues are coming in and kind of manage the budget as we go. And there will be some areas that we will be have longer maintenance cycles on, but our pavement maintenance program will be running ahead full steam.
Thank you.
And then regarding how we choose what streets get maintenance, you could say it's part arts, part science, and a little bit of politics maybe. And but the bottom line is that what we're really looking at is to make the decisions that the best fiscally responsible decisions to make our dollars go the furthest they can go. We are sensitive that we want to be able to touch all the different parts of the city so that everyone can feel the love. But concerning overlays, where we're actually reconstructing roads and putting, a new asphalt coating on top of the roads, major road reconstruction, we're very focused on roads. The priority is going to be arterials and collectors, first of all, the roads that are most heavily traveled. And then, but we are touching a lot of the residential areas too. Our street staff has really been focused on touching different residential neighborhoods. And you've seen that more recently on in the Mesa area. So we try to do a little bit of both. We try to get into Mission Canyon. We try to get up in the Riviera. We try to do a little bit so that everyone can see what's happening. And but basically, it's a combination of two things. It's a combination of trying to spread all these investments, and there's more than enough work to go around. But also identifying areas like Mission Street that desperately needed an overlay and making that a priority. So it's a combination of a lot of those things. And we internally talk a lot about that. We have our list, of course, is huge, what we can choose from. So we're trying to do as much as we can, be fiscally responsible, and to make everyone happy at the same time, if that's possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep moving on, Mr. Dewey.
And I'd like to introduce Mr. Rob Dayton.
Thanks, Jim.
Welcome, Mr. Dayton.
Council members, thank you very much. Transportation and Parking Division, the way we support the community's foundation to thrive is through 2 areas. We envision the future of transportation, and then we provide a lot of customer service and access for downtown and work on the State Street Plaza. Next slide. This is our supervisor team up, and we also have Chelsea Swanson, who's kind of in the middle of the division. She's doing project management for both. We're looking at, we have 6 programs and 5 funds and 28.85 employees at full-time equivalents. And then we also have a large number of hourlies in our organization. So next slide, we're going to cover transportation planning first and just go over that, which is 3 programs and 3 funds and 4.5 employees. A smaller team than the downtown parking team, but doing powerful things for the future of Santa Barbara. Here's what we're doing is we work with the community development on the land development team, working with them to get projects through the system and provide good customer service there. Next slide. We also work with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and we look at the future transportation. Specifically, we're trying to curtail traffic congestion in the city. Santa Barbans don't like traffic congestion. Try to make sure that we don't have that. And we do that through the next slide by pushing bicycle and pedestrian modes through the council's plans. So if we're going to grow the city, we don't want to grow in cars because we want to have a congestion-free city. We have to do that through bikes and peds, and so we do that, and through transit. And then next slide, we're looking at the council's Vision Zero strategy, and that's just off the ground. It's very exciting, related to all of our projects. And that next slide, we also, as you know, are rolling out our all-electric fleet of bike shares in the downtown waterfront and City College to connect City College to the downtown. We're looking for September now with a little bit of delay from COVID. And then finally, we are working with the Transportation Circulation Committee, who advises the council. Next slide. We also get our employees to work, and we have a program to do that through alternative modes of transportation. We have a lot of employees at the city. It's a very popular program with our employees, and it also saves on traffic congestion. Next slide. This is our budget. This is both the revenues and expenditures. We do have some revenues through the land development team process. We try to cover about 50% of the costs of applicants submitting plans. We're proposing with the COVID situation a reduction of 2.5% in this particular budget. Next slide. Then we're excited about next year, and although COVID has struck, we have those ATP grants really pumping through, and we're hoping to have council turn some dirt at a Las Positas MODOC path construction, groundbreaking, which will be very excited. We're excited about the State Street undercrossing, really bridging people from the funk zone of the waterfront to downtown with the widening of sidewalks. So that's the picture on the side there. The community Vision Zero network, establishing really safe, family-oriented paths around the city through the east side, the west side, and hopefully winning a grant for Cliff Drive. The Vision Zero communications we're doing, and then the Mission Canyon Bridge studies, which are still continuing. Next slide. On the downtown parking side of things, next slide, it's a little bit different story. These are our folks. This is our team, our supervisors team. It's 4 programs and 2 funds, 23.9 full-time equivalents, but we also have had up to 150 part hourly employees. Next slide. The challenge with the COVID crisis in downtown parking is we, like people, like restaurants and retail establishments, if our customers don't show up, the program doesn't make any money. So in the last fiscal year, the one that we're finishing up, we're going to have a $2.5 million hole in the budget. And fortunately, we have reserves that we've put away to cover that. But for next year, the team has really struggled to estimate what is going to be the effects, what are going to be the economic effects of our customers and people coming downtown. So our best guess is we're probably going to lose another 25% in revenues. That's extremely challenging because we have to do cuts. We have to find that revenue to make the cuts. So what are our proposals? These are not easy proposals. We've struggled with these. Next slide. The first one that we're proposing is the downtown waterfront shuttle. We've been working with MTD over the years on this. It's not a mystery that the ridership has been going down. We tried the new vehicle, which has not been as popular. Next slide. And then also the cost per ride has gone up. So the city is subsidizing about $4.65 a ride. We were already talking to MTD about reducing this service, but in the wake of the COVID crisis and our expected revenues, we're proposing to cancel this service. It doesn't work this summer if we're going to have a street closure anyway. So this is probably a good time, not a good thing, but a good time to deal with it. Next slide. The other challenging aspect of our parking operations is it has, with the high touch folks of our kiosketeers, it's an expensive operation. And so the question we've been asking ourselves is, how can we save the revenue, improve customer service, and then also protect our employees and customers with a contactless service? It turns out that the ticket dispensers that you're looking at in the picture, they are already programmed to receive credit cards. So we're working diligently as the staff to see if we can transform the system rapidly to accommodate our customers with a high customer service level where they can pay with a contactless and not being engaging with employees. We still don't know when we're going to be opening the lots right now. This fiscal year is for July 1, but we'll see how that goes when the customers start returning. We're watching it very carefully. Next slide. The other thing we are looking at is some vacant positions that we have open. It will be 2 for sure, possibly 3 that we're looking at that will remain open. And it's going to be very tough to maintain operations with these positions open, but we have to do it. Next slide. We're also have done an extreme cut to capital projects that we had on the plate. We kept the ones that were safety related with the system, but we eliminated all the other improvements that we'd love to have, but with revenues expected to be lower, don't feel it's appropriate to move forward at this time. Next slide. And then finally, consolidated, actually 2 more, consolidated maintenance. This is a really exciting transformation we're doing with the downtown Santa Barbara. Downtown Santa Barbara has traditionally looked at the cleanliness of the street. They've been maintaining the cleanliness. And we said, hey, you guys are so good at marketing. Let's transform your organization to be strictly marketing and let downtown parking take over the maintenance of the street. So we're consolidating maintenance across the parking lots and the plaza. And we're going to see a cost reduction because of that synergy we'll create. And then downtown Santa Barbara, looking forward to giving them full permission to market downtown and get them singularly focused on how to get locals, how to make downtown attractive for locals. And I believe Robin Elander is their new director. We're very excited about her, specifically wired to do this task. Next slide. And then finally, supplies and services. We're looking at all the supplies and services that we can cut. Again, difficult, but need to do. Next slide. These are some of the other things that we do. You're very familiar with the downtown ambassadors. We need them like never before, particularly doing all the communications with businesses as in the COVID process as we reopen downtown in a safe way and communicating what they can and can't do and how to do it. And it's been very, very helpful. Curbwide, next slide, curbwide city management is under downtown parking. And we've really used this opportunity to provide that temporary curbside maintenance, delivery for restaurants. That's been great. And the parklet guide that we're putting out so that people can provide outdoor dining, more options for outside. And then next slide, we also oversee the oversized vehicle ordinance. Next slide. And then residential parking permits throughout downtown and the downtown monthly parking permits. We oversee that. Next slide. You may not have known that we took over the crossing guard program last year, and we've really been enjoying applying the Safe Routes to School piece of our transportation program with the crossing cards to educate the kids. And then next slide, as council moved us forward on the Carrillo commuter lot housing and working with the housing authority. Actually, the city manager, Paul Casey, signed an MOU with Rob Fredericks, and we're well on our way with that. You'll be hearing about that in the coming months. Next slide. And then here's our proposed revenues. Again, we anticipate a shortfall in the parking business assessment based on sales, lower sales in FY21. The lion's share of our money also comes from ticket sales. This is people who park at an hourly basis. You may not know that 60% of all our tickets are complimentary. In other words, the city of Santa Barbara is accommodating them at no cost for the first 75 minutes. But we do anticipate a revenue decline of about 25%. Next slide. And this shows a combination of our proposed cuts. The next slide. Of our proposed cuts. And I went through those in pretty great detail. Next slide. Okay, right there. So these are the fee changes. It's not, there's 5 fee changes. In order to better keep the shared trash areas in our facilities, we want to make sure they're managed well so that when customers don't see trash everywhere. So we are proposing that the incident of uncleanliness for those go up by double to 200. When we need to take care of it, it takes a lot of time, and we would love for the people to use that to keep a close eye on it. Many of them are shared, so that's kind of a challenge. And then the multi-day debris bin, we don't feel that's any longer needed. We have other ways of ensuring that the people who use our parking facilities for construction activities, that we have a payment mechanism now. We don't need a deposit. And then the 24/7 parking permit. That's the benefit residents living downtown. That's kind of a forward-thinking effort from your downtown parking committee recommending that we, with the availability, when we have availability in the larger facilities, that if a resident who's living downtown who doesn't have parking and really needs it for a season or permanently, that they pay for $250 a month for a permit. Next slide. And then just some cleanup on Martin Luther King Day. When we have holidays, we have a lower schedule for our staff to 11 to 6 p.m. versus the longer day, eliminating MLK Day because it's a lot more activity, so more staffing on that day. And then finally, this is something the Downtown Parking Committee has been pushing for a long time, and that is to charge for parking 24/7, 365 days. That means a gate is down all the time. You may know that the gate goes up after hours now, and many people benefit from that by just waiting until the gate's up and then leaving. So this means that people will indeed need to pay for their parking. So better revenue collection, and then it facilitates the 24/7 permit implementation because the permit will be required at all times to enter the facility. Next slide. The business corridor improvements, downtown parking is in charge of implementing that process. And so we're looking at all business corridors, not just downtown. It's the city administrator is proposing 500,000, and that's double from last year. We're planning on refreshing the landscape to plan. We've already started redoing the electrical boxes on the street and putting locks on them so they're not used by the public during the day. The brick repair, we've straightened out all the safety issues. Next year, we propose on going more and making sure that the areas are level. And we're looking at all sorts of maintenance issues that we can do in the other business areas with signage and lighting. You might also note that the light poles on State Street are getting repainted right now, and they look beautiful to have them fresh and redone. Next slide. And then finally, some of the other highlights for next year, we're opening State Street. Wow. I mean, the the canvas that we laid out is really interesting to see how the community responds and what we do with that. We're looking at State Street lighting options. We had the pop up in the 500 block, working with the Historic Landmarks Commission on options for that. 30 new EV charging stations are going in, are nearly done on the Granada Garage on the top floor. Working with Tesla to see if we can get the supercharger stations in the depot lot and then in the downtown, because many Santa Barbara's, most Santa Barbara's who own electric vehicles own a Tesla, and then people traveling through, it's a really great thing for them to stop and then stop in our downtown. And then solar over the Granada Garage as we move forward with community energy. Our garages and our parking lots are going to play a big role in providing that electricity space or solar. So those are some highlights for next year. Next slide. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
City Council, we will be moving on to facilities and energy. Oh, look, everybody popped up. Good questions for this section. Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, Mr. Friedman, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Gutierrez. I see everybody. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Just a really quick question. Are you proposing eliminating the waterfront shuttle altogether? Is that, so a question I have about that, like looking at the trends that the ridership has been going down for a while, and maybe this isn't a fair question for right now, but just thinking about how when we're looking at downtown and we're talking about fewer and fewer people having cars potentially, and this ridership going down, those don't seem to me to match up with the trend if ridership is going down. And then we just rerouted everything around the funk zone with the idea that ridership would go up. So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more insight into, is it not worthwhile to have that shuttle go on a parallel street to State Street? So that's a question. And then I know we just purchased those shuttles, so will they still be riding somewhere else, or just a little bit more discussion on that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, that's a really good question. And you know, I think that if we didn't have the COVID situation and we didn't have the economic reduction, the revenue reduction, we wouldn't be telling you that. We would have told you, hey, we're working on MTD and how to reduce it, which we have. You know, how do we carve out the loss? How much do we take out of reserves? These are really big questions. Love that you're hearing it and going to help us guide through that. The shuttles are now leased, and MTD did that just in case the new shuttle didn't work out. I think the challenge with the new shuttle is that the other one was open air. This one's open air, but the windows are really hard to take out. And so it just hasn't been connecting with people as well. And I think, quite frankly, now that we're really engaged in the Plaza, you know, any monies we do have, we could look at some things that might be a little bit more iconic to Santa Barbara, just like the shuttle was, some ideas, and I'm not sure exactly what they are, but I think we need to make that ride an experience. I think that's why it was so successful in the past. And so not just people moving, but people experiencing State Street. I think that's where we're shifting gears.
And I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And then another quick question about with the, and I know we're going to talk more about this later, but with the parklets and the opening of State Street, and is downtown parking involved at all with handing out masks or enforcement of that at all, or education? I mean, you have the pamphlets for the parklets, and maybe it's a different department, but it does seem we need a little education and actually handing out of masks for people to comply. Is that in your jurisdiction, or maybe the red shirts, or not sure?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, we could talk about that during the State Street item. I think that'd be great.
Okay, we'll say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman?
Thank you. So I have two questions. The first one, maybe we'll talk about on the State Street item, but you brought it up in terms of reorganizing partnership with the downtown to have them organization focus on marketing and us on infrastructure. So is that the cleaning of State Street is part of what you were discussing? So now who's responsible for cleaning not only now the sidewalks, but also the street, because you're gonna have a different level of cleaning that's going to be needed. So what's the plan for cleaning? And then also what's the plan for immediately having it clean, because now we have this whole new use that's come up?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, it's a really great question, and thank you for that, because yes, the downtown parking will be responsible for cleaning the street and the sidewalks. And the issue we've had in the past is that downtown Santa Barbara, they have a contract with a company called Block by Block. And so the lion's share of the money that we've been giving them goes straight to that contract. And then they are doing the cleaning. And a lot of times it's where their downtown Santa Barbara is the middleman on that, because our guys and our ambassadors now are the eyes and ears. We're like, hey, this needs to be clean, that needs to be clean. We feel like it's going to be much more efficient for us to do the cleaning when we see it, rather than talking through a chain of folks. But yes, we'll have to watch as State Street evolves and make sure we're on it and make sure it's cleanly.
Okay, thanks for the clarification on who's in charge of that now. So if we as council members others get cleaning requests, we route them to you, or we get those periodically, so we'll route them to you, Mr. Dayton. Thanks for signing up.
And the Plaza manager, Victor Garza.
Okay. And then my other question is in regards to the 24/7 parking permit. Two parts to it. One, is there a limit to the number that we're talking about, and who is eligible to apply?
Great question. So Councilmember Friedman, this is a future forward-thinking permit. We don't expect to get a lot of requests initially until you see buildings. You know, when the restoration hardware site, if that gets constructed, or the one that's down at the Staples, that's in the planning pipeline now. We're talking, 5 years out. We might start getting those requests. And yes, it will be limited, because our primary concern or our primary role is access to our customers downtown. So we only use the limited availability in the parking system when it is available and the customers aren't using it. That primarily happens in the Granada Garage, the Ortega Garage, and the Canyon Perdido Garage across from the San Nuevo Nordstrom's. Those structures typically run at about half capacity, and we do have some room for those, but it will be limited, because if everyone uses it, we won't be able to have the capacity. But it's something that residents who do move in without parking, it's an assurance for them to understand that they could have it while they get accommodated with the lifestyle of downtown that we expect to come. Again, it's not here yet.
So those residents would be some potential future residents that are there, but there might be, would it be eligible for maybe a couple that are already down there, say a block off?
Absolutely.
Would they be eligible? Would they that are already there, would they be eligible? Say they have an extra car and they want to apply, versus somebody who is actually in a building that we're constructing for downtown, like a mixed use. That's why I want to understand the logistics of it, because the priority would be for these mixed use buildings that might go in downtown versus somebody who's already living down there and is just trying to get an extra space and can afford it.
It's such a great point that you bring up. And what's really great about it is council and the team will always have a way to maneuver around that, as we have with employee permits. We used to sell employee permits in all the facilities, and we attrition them out based on changing policies and customer service and available capacity. So excellent. Yes, we need to strategically think of those things.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dayton.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Rob, great news on most of that stuff. I too want to talk about the parking thing, and that is just $250 a month seems inexpensive. And both for the privilege of being able to do that and for the benefit that you're going to get in terms of, it's a second car in a development where we were targeting one-car families, and to have that relief valve, that just seems inexpensive. So could you talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, you absolutely could be right. So just to give you a perspective on what we were thinking is, in the Granada Garage, it's $160 a month for a permit for the day. So it's like adding another $100 on for the evening too. It's above market. It's clearly above market.
Okay.
But you could be absolutely right. We don't anticipate it, but there could be a swarm on these, and every single year we'll have the opportunity to change the fee amount. And again, it's just like Councilmember Friedman asked, and you're right on point, is that we need to manage the system. And that's what's great about this. It's not a reserved parking spot in the facility. It's a permit for 24 hours on a closed gate system. And as the demand increases, we raise the price.
Right. And the goal, of course, is to get as high as you can in occupancy without turning people away, right?
I think that's right. But I think the biggest why we're doing this is we want developers and people who will live downtown to feel comfortable that they can. And if they rent a place without a parking space, it's kind of a security blanket until they see the lifestyle that they could actually. So I think it's just helping people understand, yes, you can try, and here's a safety blanket in case you're anxious.
Okay, and then my other question was on, as you transition to this gate all the time system, and which means you will be staffed at some times, but I'll be leaving at other times and just using a credit card, right? Has there been any thought yet on surge parking prices? You know, I can't even go to Mammoth right now without paying $20 for a hamburger at lunch, but if I wanted it at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's only $10, right? And so, but same thing, when the use is high and the asset is worth more, you would charge more than the 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the evening for somebody going to a movie.
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, you bring up a great point. And, you know, I think any kind of price parking in Santa Barbara is a really challenging discussion, and we have to involve the community in that discussion. We haven't raised the price from $1.50 in a long time.
Yep.
And that's hurting us because costs are still going up. And so that is one strategy to accommodate that. When everyone's clamoring for it and the lights are full, it's more expensive. Yes.
Okay. So I'd love to hear more about that in the future. And of course, inside baseball, you continually get to use more of your budget for other things than just parking too, which also helps as a stopgap if you're able to actually price your parking product competitively based on supply and demand. So thank you, Rob. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Before we go to Ms. Gutierrez, I just remind you, Mr. Jordan, you called him Rob, and he's Rob to all of us, but in our meetings, we try to refer to everybody by their last name. Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please, with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dayton, I have 3 questions. My first question is, and you probably touched on it, and I was probably not paying attention, but my question is, which capital projects would we be reducing or canceling?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, great question. We were working on a Paseo relocation on Figueroa. That's the West 0 block. We have a kind of an awkward Paseo through buildings that doesn't feel like good access, and we're relocating that to where most people exit that lot 3, or the transit lot as we call it, and they cross mid-block. And you know, there's all those popular restaurants on that block. Gosh, my mind just went blank. Norton's.
Los Arroyos.
Yes, it's a Los Arroyos. It's a very active block. Savoy, by the way, go see their parklet. It's out of the park. It's really cool. That wasn't a pun, sorry. And lots of pedestrians are crossing the street right there, and that's jaywalking. But we have such a flow. So we were going to do a project. It's about a $500,000 project to really add to what's going on in that block, and we'd love to still do that. But again, because of this tenuous situation with our budget, we don't want to keep moving in the direction of spend if the money's not going to be there. So I think what's going to happen, to answer your question, it's very insightful, is that we have to see how next year goes. And if next year everyone comes back to downtown and our customers are in and the revenues are going great, maybe that's when we say, hey, let's queue up that capital program again. The ones that we did keep was the cable barrier protection on on our garages, we have these Juliet balconies that have the cars could just drive through them. And so we're putting cables up. Never happened. No one's ever gone even close to doing that, but it could. And our consultant said, hey, I think you should put cables just in case someone, hits this accelerator at the wrong time. So we're keeping that type of project in. But then the nice things that we're improving downtown that we're focused on, we're holding off on.
Okay. My second question, there's two parts to it. How many ambassadors do we have, and what's the yearly cost to have the ambassador program?
Great. So Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, we have anywhere from 13 to 18 ambassadors at any one time. It's been a pilot program. This is the end of the second year. So it's been a pilot program. We have a pass-through from the general fund of $150,000 that's passed through every year for that. And then also we got Nina Johnson in the administrator's office was able to get a smoking grant, which is making people aware of the law for smoking. And what the ambassadors do is they just point to the signs. They don't tell people to put it out. They just say, point to the signs. Education about smoking. So that in that we were able to double the amount of staff. So usually it's 2 shifts, 2 people at one time. And now with the smoking money, we've got 2 people in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, and 2 in the early evening. And that's why you've probably noticed the presence out there. The challenge with the program is that it's still under pilot. And so we're struggling with the supervision of the program. And then the other challenge is that you saw in the presentation, we're going to hold 3 positions open. That makes it more challenging to keep that program running. But we're going to do it.
And then my final question, if schools don't open until, let's say, October, I work for the school district. This is not an inside information. I don't know. This is just a wild guess. Do you know approximately how, we're not going to be able to use the crossing guards if schools are not open. Is there some sort of savings that we might save in those couple of months that schools are not going to be open? Do you know roughly how much we'll save a month?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I think that the answer to that question is more about how it's funded. So that's also a pass-through from the school district. They pay for it. I think what the city's paying for is the supervision of that program. I think that's our contribution. We don't get compensated for that. But we're going to be looking to the district, the Unified School District, to tell us if they're going to fund that. And in that they do, there'll be crossing guards, and we'll look for their cues as to when they want them.
That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions at this juncture? Otherwise, we're going on to facilities and energy. Are you going to pass the baton, Mr. Dayton?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Hello, Mayor Murillo and members of the council. My name is Angela Osland, and I'm the Facilities and Energy Division Manager. I'm pleased to be able to share our budget update with you, as well as share with you what we do here in facilities and how that directly impacts our building users. Facilities does more than just maintain our buildings and associated systems. As you heard earlier, we kind of help provide the backbone and the infrastructure to support our programs throughout our city, including the Eastside Library, Cabrillo Pavilion, which will be opening here fairly shortly. We're very excited about that. And then also our fire stations and police departments. And then here you'll see a picture of our newly painted City Hall. So what I like to say is that we preserve the history and character of Santa Barbara and support our community programs through our architecture and contributing to the experience of Santa Barbara. Next slide. So this slide here shows our facilities and energy division as you saw it last year. That was 8 programs and 38 FTEs. As you heard earlier this month, Ms. Parento's energy management program has grown and is moving on to a new division. Next slide. And so as of July 1st, this coming year, will be known as the Facilities Management Division. And that brings us to 6 programs and 37.8 FTEs. The change there in the FTEs is that we did bring on a new project engineer this last fiscal year. So we have building maintenance, electronic maintenance, custodial services, capital projects, and environmental compliance, all under the umbrella of facilities. Next slide. The facilities management division, oh, sorry, we're working on the wrong slide here. The snapshot of our facilities budget here shows a status quo revenue. And the reason that we're kind of holding it in that way is that we receive our funding through allocations. So what we're doing is really showing our 5% reduction in recommended adjustments under our salaries and benefits, our supplies and services, and our special projects. Currently, we have 3 positions that we're holding vacant through this coming year. We have a custodian, an accounting assistant, and a project engineer position that we're holding vacant so that we can provide as many dollars to our supplies and services and special projects as possible to continue all of the good, great work that we do to support our buildings. Next slide. This is the building maintenance program. We are budgeted at approximately $3.85 million with 17.95 FTEs. Here you'll see a variety of projects we do. There's the Eastside library renovation going on. We've got a water repair going on. We've also got the installation of an EV charging station. And then here in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see the kind of current state of Chase Palm Park as we're working on the renovation. So what we do, we respond to over 5,000 annual work orders. We oversee city annex yard operations. We provide sandbags to the public during storms. We maintain over 2,500 streetlights throughout the city, and we complete about $650,000 in annual billable work. This is above and beyond our normal program. And then we provide 24/7 response for all of our city facilities. And again, some of the special projects that we've been working on are Eastside Library and Chase Palm Park. Next slide. We have an electronic maintenance program, as I said earlier, and our budget right now is looking at $1.24 million with 6.45 FTEs. We're very excited that we have someone coming on here very shortly to fill the role that had been vacant for the last several months. To support our 2,200 telephone lines that we maintain and set up 250 phone lines annually. You'll see Mike McNeil there in the bottom corner working on setting up hotlines and call forwarding in our voicemail system. And then we also ensure 24/7 operations and radio communications for our first responders throughout the city. And we maintain a dozen off-site radio towers. We install and maintain access control systems and maintain security camera systems to ensure our physical security in our city buildings. Next slide. Custodial services. Here's a couple of pictures of our folks in their PPE as they're doing work. In the upper corner, you see our normal PPE schedule, which is basically our gloves and our masks. And if we do extra cleaning, extra sanitizing, then we will put some extra gear on and make sure that our people are extra safe as we go and do that type of cleaning. So our budget is $1.71 million. We have approximately 12.4 FTEs within custodial services. We work behind the scenes again to keep our city buildings clean and operational. And this includes contracting services out in order to meet extra needs as we've done throughout this COVID crisis. And generally, throughout the year, we would provide over 600 annual meeting setups. We haven't done that this year because we've had to shut down some of our buildings to the public. But again, in an ordinary year, we provide special cleaning services for parks and recreations events. And we also provide 1-hour emergency response for cleanups. And again, as COVID-19 continues on, we are sanitizing and cleaning, and we're also working on reopening for specific buildings. We kind of created a regime specific to that building operation. Next slide. So here we're showing in our environmental compliance program. We are budgeted about $460,000 this year. This actually comes out of program 4513. We're showing it here because it is managed under the facilities program. And what our environmental compliance program does is provide city support for contaminated soils. And this includes overseeing leaking underground fuel tank removals throughout the city. We also provide services and support for vector control in the right-of-ways, which includes rodents, bees, mosquitoes, and managing those types of populations, as well as supporting our city departments with city and county compliance and state compliance, and working through that process in order to help facilitate getting our projects completed. And then finally, we respond to hazardous spills in the right-of-way. Next slide. So you'll see a few pictures of Cabrillo Pavilion. This is a very exciting project for us that we've been able to work on and support Parks and Recreation with. So in FY21, our capital project budget is $658,000. And our Measure C funding this year is $1.6 million. You'll see that we don't show any FTEs here because our project engineers are largely funded out of our building maintenance program, but sometimes we do charge our time to particular project items. What we do here in capital projects is shepherd the design process. So we will, for example, the Central Library Plaza, we've shepherded that design process through to its current phase. We'll shepherd our projects through permitting process, and then we also manage larger city building renewal projects. We provide construction management services for all of our city departments. Come back. So for example, if you've seen parking lots 7 and 9, we are installing some new LED lighting in there, again, as well as Cabrillo Pavilion and our fire station renewals. And then something else we do is manage an ADA transition plan and our compliance projects for our buildings. Next slide. So here you'll see our list of planned projects here for FY21 out of our general fund. And originally we were planning on revenues of $1.09 million, but we have reduced that to $658,000. Most of these projects haven't changed, though we have reduced our spending in flooring, painting, and finishes. We're not doing as much of that work right now because our buildings are either closed, or we generally do those in conjunction with purchasing furniture, which we're also not doing right now. And then you'll see at the bottom there, there's the ADA transition plan, which we had originally budgeted at $450,000. We've reduced to $50,000. And that's, again, our post-COVID budget. Next slide, please. Fortunately, as we have a capital project budget out of Measure C funding, we are able to still maintain some of our ADA compliance projects and do some of those renewals. You'll see here we have the Carrillo Gym minor renewal, the City Hall plumbing and restroom upgrade project that we're going to continue to move forward on, our parks restrooms and minor renewal projects, and then our Mackenzie adult building roof and site work. We are reducing our corporate yard building roof and painting project this year. We're going to defer that so that we see some savings there. And then we're also going to reduce our request for facilities master plan funding. Basically, this funding is so that we can take a look at our corporate yard and our adjacent yards and plan for future combining of our staffs and our programs so that we can be efficient as we move forward in the future. The other great part about this is that our staff does have some facilities master plan experience. So we will get to realize that as we move forward in our planning. So with that, I want to turn it over to questions.
Are there questions for Ms. Osland on this section? Thanks for a thorough presentation, and I want to get to know you better. Congratulations being in that position, and we'll go to fleet management. Oh no, Mr. Hagmark?
Sorry.
Okay, then we're going to Mr. Horwald. Welcome, and it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you.
Nice to see you, Madam Mayor. And well, I should say good morning, Mayor Murillo. It's afternoon now, and members of council. My name is Gary Horwald, and I am the fleet manager for the city, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to provide you an overview of the 2021 mid-cycle budget proposed for fleet management. Next slide, please. And one more. There we go. There's two programs in fleet management. The first being maintenance and operations, and the second being fleet replacement. Sam Harmon is the fleet supervisor for the program, and he oversees 15 full-time employees that make up fleet management. Next slide, please. Our proposed budget for 2021 in fleet management is $3.39 million with 13.2 full-time employees assigned to this program. And under this program, we maintain and repair 484 vehicles and equipment. We ensure compliance with all environmental regulations. We manage a shared motor pool. We manage and maintain the city's refueling infrastructure in the city and maintain 13 emergency backup power generators. The proposed fleet replacement budget, thank you. The proposed fleet replacement budget for 2021 is $3.96 million with 1.8 full-time employees assigned to this program. In the fleet replacement budget, we provide for the timely and orderly budgeting and replacement of the city's fleet with a replacement value of over $46 million. And we try to do this in as environmentally friendly manner as possible, purchasing alternative fuel vehicles whenever possible. And we provide engineering services to assist departments in designing specifications that will help them do their job in a safe and reliable manner. Next slide, please. This chart shows our revenue plan for 2021, both what was planned and how it was revised in response to the COVID-19 emergency, reducing the revenue by $857,000. Pool vehicle revenue is expected to be down for 2021, simply as a result of the COVID emergency. There's been more people working from home, less use of the pool vehicles. We've proposed to reduce the vehicle replacement allocation by $301,000 for 2021, and the Cabrillo loan repayment to the Fleet Replacement Reserve Fund has been deferred for 2021. Next slide, please. This slide shows a reduction of expenditures in the maintenance fund and how it's accomplished, starting with salaries and benefits, where we held vacant the open position of the admin specialist and reduced it to part-time hourly for the first 6 months, at which time we'll reevaluate, see how things are going, and make a decision on how to move forward on that. We've eliminated the paid internship position. We've decreased the work that's performed by contract, shifting more of the work to in-house staff. We've reduced the expense to maintain the refueling infrastructure due to a recent project to install electric vehicle charging stations that will be under warranty for 1 year. We've eliminated the electric vehicle purchase subsidy. We've deferred the project to replace the openers for the garage doors, and we've reduced the project to replace the aging fleet software. Next slide, please. So on the fleet replacement side, due to resource constraints, we're extending the life cycle of vehicles for 1 year. while avoiding unnecessary maintenance costs. We accomplished this by reducing vehicle replacement for 2021 significantly. We propose reducing planned vehicle replacement by $3.4 million by extending life cycles, only replacing those vehicles that could potentially jeopardize their programs and are more likely to fail. The net result, the planned replacement of vehicles has been reduced from $3.9 million to $444,000 proposed for 2021. So how does our reduction strategies impact us? Next slide, please. Holding the administrative specialist position vacant will have an impact on fleet services, and fleet services will be reduced as a result of that, particularly with regard to the pool vehicle support. We will do our best to mitigate that impact, but there will be an impact. Eliminating the electric vehicle subsidy will defer further transition of the fleet from gasoline to electric. Luckily, this is an area where we have made considerable progress in recent years. Deferring the replacement of the garage door opening mechanism will hopefully have minimal impact. Next slide, please. So what have been the impacts of COVID-19 on fleet operations? Well, first, I think it's important to point out that fleet is a program that you may not think about much because we're behind the scenes quietly doing our job. When the COVID crisis hit, we had to refocus our priorities on supporting emergency vehicles, patrol vehicles, fire trucks, water, wastewater, vehicles needed to support critical community services. And without fleet, the first responders don't roll. Fleet staff has worked tirelessly to make sure that when the police officer or firefighter need their vehicles or equipment to do their job, that it works and is available for them. We have split our shifts, working extra long days to make sure that the service continues uninterrupted. And by doing so, we minimize the opportunity of our staff to be cross-contaminated and exposed to the virus while expanding our availability to our customers. Next slide, please. So some highlights from fleet initiatives in the recent past and going on into 2021. We just completed a project to replace 14 electric vehicle charging stations at the Public Works Community Development parking lot. We accomplished this with a partial grant from Air Pollution Control District and an award from Southern California Edison to augment our budgeted funds. We complemented that by placing 5 new electric vehicles into service. We've recently purchased our first hybrid electric vehicle for police patrol, and we're told that this hybrid interceptor will cut fueling costs for patrol vehicles 40% when it's rolled into service in 2021. The Fleet Management Organization has been recognized with a Blue Seal of Excellence certification by the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence. 100% of Fleet's technical staff is ASE certified. Very proud of that. And in fact, 3 of our technicians went above and beyond and earned the coveted title of world-class technician through the Automotive Service Excellence Organization. And this is no small accomplishment, as only 0.2% of automotive technicians in the entire United States have achieved this certification, and we're extremely proud of them. And with that, I'm available for any questions that you might have. Next slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horwald. And congratulations on the Automotive Service Excellence Awards. And Ms. Gutierrez has a question for you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, congratulations on the certification of Blue Seal of Excellence. I had 2 questions. What's the difference between the services that you would provide, a regular gasoline police patrol car with the hybrid, have you noticed a decrease on, the time that is spent on a patrol car? Can you explain a little bit of the difference in the service part?
Mayor Murillo and Alejandro Gutierrez, council member, I don't think that there's a tremendous amount of difference in the servicing that's done at this point. We still have the brakes that we need to service. We still need to do the oil change and so forth. Where we are seeing some changes is the vehicle, police vehicles in particular, they spend an awful lot of time idling and they consume fuel during that idling time. And there's the amount of time that they idle is somewhere like 6 hours a day in addition to what they're driven. And so with the hybrid vehicles, they'll automatically stop and they won't be idling. So there'll be some fuel savings there. And that's where the 40% fuel savings comes in. And I think that will impact the maintenance as a result as well, that there'll be less maintenance that needs to be performed as a result of running less. Does that answer your question?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. And then my second question, what are the type of vehicles that your department spends more time with and they're more costly?
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, that's a really easy question to answer. The vehicles that are more time intrusive, that require a lot more maintenance, is fire trucks is one. They're large, they're complicated, there's a lot to them. And changing brakes on a fire truck, is an all-day job as opposed to changing the brakes on your Honda Civic, for example. And the same goes for our larger trucks, Vector trucks, the sewer cleaning trucks that we use throughout the city. Again, they're complicated pieces of equipment. There's a lot of, they're heavily used, and there's a lot of maintenance and repair work that needs to go on those. So those are really our two primary ones. But the larger equipment in general just requires more time and effort. You can't just pick up the wheel and lift it off and move it. You've got to use equipment to help lift it and move it.
With this certification that you received, is there any special funding that the department can apply for? What are the perks? I understand it's not everybody gets the certification, but is there any type of, funding that you get priority for having this type of certification?
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I'm not aware of opportunities for additional funding as a result of that. Certainly it impacts your credibility when it comes to the caliber of work that's performed or the people that work there. And so when you do apply for grants, I'm sure that is taken into consideration, but I don't know of specific grants that are available as a result of that certification. It's recognition of the continued hard work of the employees to stay educated and stay on top of technology for what they do.
My last question, the internship program that you might possibly have to cut off because of the COVID-19. Can you are these students coming from SBCC, or tell me a little bit more about that internship program?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, it was a work in progress, and we partnered with a local high school and met with them to talk about the potential for developing interest and education needs to become an employee that can work, that has the skills necessary to work in this field. And it was really a matter of creating an opportunity to make that happen, to help students learn about these fields, these technology fields that they may not be aware of, that they can make a good living in those fields, and there is a need and opportunity in those fields, and help them get some of the experience that they need to be able to develop those skills and grow into somebody that has the skills that are marketable and could fill a need there.
Yeah, thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on our excellent fleet? Mr. Horwald, we'll see you next year.
Okay.
Maybe, hopefully sooner.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
And I'll introduce Joshua Hagmark, our Water Resources Manager. Thank you.
Thank you both. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor Murillo, council members, Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Manager, and I am your last presenter today for the Public Works budget. Over the next 15 slides, I'll be walking you through the FY21 budget. Next slide. Water Resources proposed budget of over $86 million for FY21. It consists of 18 programs, 5 funds, and just over 125 employees. Helping me to deliver quality water and wastewater services is Amanda Flessy, our wastewater system manager, Matt Ward, our acting water system manager, and Kathy Taylor, our acting supply manager. Next slide. The proposed budget for water program FY21 is $51.1 million, making it possible to deliver safe and reliable drinking water 24/7, 365 days is the job of just 74 employees. That's one employee serving 1,250 city customers. Responsibilities in water include overseeing water operations in the capital project planning, long-term water supply and conservation and drought planning, operations of Gibraltar Reservoir, Mission Tunnel, and more than 300 miles of potable and recycled water distribution system, which, by the way, is the equivalent of driving from Santa Barbara to Sacramento. Additionally, we maintain and read monthly over 27,000 water meters. We also own and operate the Cater Water Treatment Plant, which in addition to treating the city's surface water, also treats water for Montecito, Carpinteria, and the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company. Additionally, we also oversee and manage a contract operator for the desalination plant and the regulatory compliance that goes with that. Next slide. So the proposed wastewater programs, the proposed budget for FY21 is $20.2 million. And making it possible to deliver critical public service of protection of public health and the environment is just 51 employees. This year, we added one new program, 4722, establishing the Sewer Lateral Inspection Program, or SLIP. Work in this group includes overseeing wastewater programs and capital project planning, operating and maintaining 257 miles of collection mains, preventing sanitary sewer overflows through proactive and innovative asset management, and administering the SLIP program. Also, maintaining and operating the El Estero Water Resource Center, which treats 6 million gallons of wastewater daily and recovers approximately 60% of its energy from its renewable operations. And finally, operations of an accredited water quality laboratory, which performs testing of both wastewater and water to ensure compliance with all federal and state regulations. Next slide. There are proposed staffing changes for FY21. The changes are in response to customer demands for increased support related to private lateral maintenance. Also, we're making some changes to align job duties with our water distribution program needs. The desal plant operations, contract management, and regulatory compliance. As we've kind of settling into the operation of the plant, what does it need to oversee the desal plant? And in response to changes in state and federal regulations related to water quality monitoring. In addition to the staffing changes, we'll also be moving programs to balance workload and align priorities. A key change is to align programs that have a heavy focus on customer service. Next slide. As you can see here, what you'll notice were proposed changes to focus our concentration on customer service as it relates to water resources. Those elements include water conservation, water quality, the lab, our sewer lateral inspection program, and eventually in FY22, we hope to incorporate water metering. As we see, the sections all have a common thread of significant customer engagement. Furthermore, you'll note in there, we also have desal. It's moving underwater supply since it's similar in some ways to Central Coast Water Authority, which is the way we get our state water. We're moving water supply under there as well. Next slide. As far as COVID operations, I think first we started off with a continuity of operation plan, and this really lays out an adaptive strategy to respond to threats to staff and operations during the pandemic. I mean, a really big message we want to get across is our drinking water remains safe and reliable. Our treatment processes have been designed to eliminate all viruses, including COVID-19. We did temporarily pause the water main replacement project during shelter-in-place order. However, as we move to reopen, we intend to restart the water main replacement as it is critical to preventing unplanned outages. Wastewater continues to be treated and safely released back into the environment. The El Estero Water Resources Center has been designed to remove and deactivate all viruses in our treated wastewater, with chlorine being used as a final disinfectant. The current pandemic is a good reminder of the importance of our wastewater staff and infrastructure in protecting public health and the environment. It wasn't long ago when most pandemics were waterborne. We're here to help during this difficult and uncertain times. Water and wastewater operators continue to be responsive to emergencies and requests from our customers for service. The utility bill can be a scary thing when you have lost your job or working reduced hours, and we're here to help with payment plans and assistance in understanding your bill and how you might be able to reduce future bills by changing your behavior. The sewer lateral inspection program has temporarily deferred required deadlines for making repairs to private laterals in light of the pandemic. However, sewer spills from private laterals continues to be a growing concern. Staff will continue to send out notices informing customers of an issue with their private laterals, and staff are currently working on updates to the program, which we're referring to as SLIP 2.0, and we hope to bring that forward to Water Commission City Council in the coming months. The proposed changes will reflect customer feedback. Staff has worked quickly to adapt and continue to provide our water checkups, which our customers highly value and appreciate. The new format is via virtual video conferencing. And finally, as you probably know, we have suspended all water shutoffs during this emergency as well to be there for our community. Next slide. As far as financial impacts, right now, mainly they've been in commercial and industrial customers who use about 25% of the city's water. Early indication our demands will be down about 30 to 50% for commercial industrial users. This represents a 7% drop in revenues to the water fund. This, of course, is a reflection of the loss of daily commuters and tourists, and we have seen a slight uptick in non-payments with our residential customers, but we're tracking that closely and see if that becomes a larger problem. Next slide. We had budgeted, so for service level impacts due to COVID, we've basically scaled back funding for paying down the city's water debt. We have about 2,000 acre feet of water that we still need to repay. We had budgeted some money to potentially purchase water and repay that. Given our financial situation, we've dialed that back. We do have time to repay that debt in the future. We're also dialing back our conservation rebates. Conservation was 40% in April, and this seemed like an appropriate place to dial back for now. We'll still be supporting the rebate for free mulch, which is very popular. and it has a really high value and requires very little overhead to administer the program. As far as our joint power agencies, that's Kachuma Operation and Maintenance Board, the Kachuma Conservation Release Board, and the Central Coast Water Authority. With the help of Council Members Sneddon and Friedman, we were able to reduce funding to our JPAs by $750,000 this year. Those agency, the summarized cuts are noted in the next few slides. Next slide. So the first thing I want to point out is service charges. This is revenue income from rate revenue. And we are projected to have a $2.6 million loss in revenue for FY21. However, this also assumes that we get a 3% rate increase January 1st of 2021. Without the increased revenue, losses are projected to exceed $3.5 million for FY21, which would have severe impacts to the water main replacement program in out years. Under special projects, you'll notice, as previously mentioned, those are the $750,000 we were able to pull back from our joint powers agreements. And I do want to know, as with wastewater, there are mandatory staffing levels to provide service. Water resources staffing levels have remained lean following the last recession. When additional support has been needed, it's commonly contracted out. Next slide. As far as the water capital goes, the majority of the cuts are going to be coming from the water main program. We've made a 45% reduction in the water main replacement spending for FY21. This is not something that is sustainable long-term. And we may see a slight uptick in emergency main breaks as a result, but as long as this funding can be restored quickly, it shouldn't have a major impact on our customers in the long term. I do want to highlight on here the water meter program. We continue to recommend moving forward with the advanced metering infrastructure. This program was put on hold during the drought, as you may recall, and customers continue to demand more information about their water usage and notifications of leaks. Moving forward, this project is critical as it will empower our customers during this economic recession, allowing customers to better manage their water and utility bill. Just as a reminder, we also received a $1.5 million grant for this project, was not yet reflected in the budget. Next slide. Onto wastewater. The service charges here reflects moving forward with a planned 5% rate increase on July 1st, which will limit the revenue loss due to COVID to $450,000 in FY21. Without the planned rate increase, losses to the wastewater fund would exceed 1.7 million. As a reminder that the wastewater fund reserves are currently 30% below council policy as we are funding major capital infrastructure upgrades. Next slide. This is wastewater capital. I just wanted to highlight the reduction in lift station programs. There was a planned upgrade to the Braemar lift station, which is nearing the end of completion of design. And we're now going to pivot and see if we can find some low interest SRF loan or potentially some COVID stimulus funding to help fund this project. This is a critical lift station and it's responsible for moving nearly 60% of the city's daily wastewater flows and is located in a sensitive area near the intersection of Las Positas and Cliff. Next slide. With the impacts from COVID, we moved as quickly as we could, recognizing the financial impacts and recognizing the hardships that our local businesses and customers were going to be under, and trying to balance that with the long-term impacts of our rates and infrastructure maintenance. We presented and discussed rates and fees with Finance Committee and Water Commission in 4 separate public meetings. At the May 21st meeting of the Water Commission, the Commission recommended moving forward with the approved plan for a 5% wastewater rate increase, which equates to about $2.50 a month. And they also recommended pulling back from a 6% water rate increase and do a mid-year 3% which equates to a 1.5% increase for the year. This equates to $3.50 a month starting in January 1st, 2020. There, of course, would need to be a public hearing on this, which we anticipate having in the fall. We're also proposing to move forward with a 3% fee change consistent with the rest of the city's fees, which will continue to support the cost of service. Next slide. This graphic shows what the proposed monthly utility bill might look like in August for an average single-family residential customer. This reflects the proposed changes for solid waste, wastewater, and water. The combined increase to the utility bill is 2.7%, or just over $6 a month. I want to thank Councilmember Jordan for encouraging us to bring all these costs together in one location. His efforts on the Water Commission have not been forgotten. I think this is it really helped to better communicate the impacts to our customers. And with that, next slide, I'm available for any questions.
We're happy to take questions from the City Council. Just to manage a matter of time management. Some of us have things to do at 2 p.m., though mine can be rescheduled. I think some council members actually have to leave. So I don't see anyone popping up to ask you questions, Mr. Hagmark, though very important function. Okay, here's Mr. Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Hagmark. I actually have a few questions for Mr. Dayton. I'm sorry that I didn't chime in sooner. I don't know if he's still on the line.
I would think he's still there. And sure, this would be the time before we go to public comment to ask questions of everything that was in public work. So, Mr. Hagmark, if you don't mind hanging on. Mr. Dayton, are you there? Let's see if we can get him back. And Ms. Bjork perhaps can answer your questions. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, when Mr. Dayton was talking about going cashless at the parking lots, it took me a minute, but it made me wonder, what about the residents or the people who are going to be using the parking lot who don't have bank accounts, who don't have credit cards? What are they going to do? What kind of notice are we going to send out to educate the public that this change is coming?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, that's absolutely right. We need a high level of engagement, and exactly, you're right. What about people who do not have a credit card? So there's many options to accommodate those people. You can use a bank card, and then so if you have a bank card, you can use that. And then we also have a system that works right now, and we'd have to look to improve it, is we have a, similar to when you're at a restaurant and you get a gift card, or you get a gift card for a service, we can load cash onto a gift card, and then that can be used in the system. And then the best case scenario for customer service is that if you had an app, and the system recognized when you were present, and then you could pay through the app in the means that you want to, the one that's best, even if it's mail in a check on a monthly basis. That would be the best customer service. And the other thing we're dealing with on this system is backups. We don't want to have backups out of the system. We want to provide customer service so people can quickly exit, and we've always had challenges with that. So what if like at Paseo Nuevo, the system recognized that, hey, this is a complimentary park, and the gate just goes up. We've been getting a lot of feedback and compliments from people, and that's not us. That's Paseo Nuevo. We introduced them today. They use the same equipment as us, so we can do that. But you're right on point. We have to figure out ways to make it easy for everybody, and that includes someone without a credit card.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to the privacy of, I think you mentioned license plate readers, is that correct? How is that going to go about? Like, is that information that's available to the public or other agencies or corporations?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, actually, no, it's not. And if we do use a license plate recognition, the way it works is it's a camera and a computer. It's not just a camera, it's a camera and a computer. And what it does is it lifts the plate and creates a ticket for a data point for just that instance. You can minimize it to actually lose one of the letters. And you can also make it so that it's something that doesn't stay in the system. So it's not a PRA. You can't get a PRA request for, who was in your lot. Give me all your license plates. So yes, private information is extremely important, and we need to protect people's private information. If we did move forward with license plate recognition, we would also have a public hearing that come forward and make sure that that's completely explained and transparent. And then the council would give a nod to that or no. So if we did move in that direction, there'll be a discussion about it.
So there's not going to be any situation where, like, for example, somebody's registration's expired. They're not going to get a violation just because they drove into our parking lot or out of the parking lot, or if the owner of the car had like a warrant out for their arrest, would that bring up any red flags through that license plate scanner?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, no, it would not. That's not the system's function, so it would not do that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any other questions for Mr. Dayton since he's there, or water resources was the section that we just had? Because I'm sure we have public comment. Ms. Gorman, am I correct that some people have raised their hand for this Public Works item? We still can't hear you. Still can't hear you. I think we're going to public comment, even if Ms. Gorman is quiet.
I apologize for the technical issues. Is this better?
But we can hear you, thanks.
Okay, perfect. No more headphones. All right, we have 4 public speakers for this item, people who have raised their hand for this item. I will list their names. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app, or you can send me a question within the app or send an email to clerk@santabarbaraca.gov and let me know you'd like to speak on it. Okay, our speakers are Anna Marie Gott, Kira Redmond, Melissa Cunningham, and Nick Coons. So we'll start with Ms. Gott.
Good afternoon. I'd like to address the last topic, which was brought up, and that was license plate readers in our parking lots. I want to bring to your attention a meeting that happened earlier this month at Downtown Parking. During an unnoticed meeting, the actual board voted to send to the city council this issue of cashless payments as well as license plate readers to the city council for adoption within the budget. And we don't have a privacy policy. And so whatever Mr. Dayton is actually saying with regards to we are not going to keep any information on a server, that's not really correct, because there is no policy. So we already know that the city often does not follow its own policies. And when you're talking about data, that means a camera capturing the image of a license plate. That means capturing the information on anyone who's going into a parking lot who has a permit. and writing down what their license plate number is, all of that information is going to be disclosable. And we have no policy right now that is in place to protect anyone. And we also know that that we have an immigrant community in town, some of whom do not have a credit card, some of whom do not have a bank account, some of whom may not understand what happens when they go in and out of a parking lot, and now suddenly they cannot exit the parking lot because they can't make payments. I don't necessarily believe that we are just going to give free parking in every single parking lot for every single time someone does not have a bank account or means to pay at a exit. Is that going to be in a policy somewhere? This item, meaning license plate readers and the use of them at the city, as well as a cashless payment system, needs to go before the public. There must be an actual public hearing at the City Council and Ordinance Committee. I'd suggest starting at the Ordinance Committee to discuss this. This is an issue across the United States, and cities all over the United States have put in very strong protections for privacy, for disclosure, and to make sure that we are actually going to protect any data that has to do with financial data.
Your time is up, Ms. Scott. Thank you so much.
My time isn't up. It's 3 minutes.
I was keeping it on my phone. Our system got goofed up.
It's different from what's being displayed.
Thank you so much for your comment. Moving on to Kira Redmond. Thanks.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo, council members. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you very much. I just wanted to voice my support for the proposed 5% wastewater rate increase. Your staff have done a really great job over the past 8 years in significantly improving the management of the wastewater collection system and reducing sewage overflows. Granted, many of those improvements were mandated under a court order legal settlement with Channelkeeper, but now that our settlement has terminated, Channelkeeper hopes that this more ambitious and proactive approach will continue. We believe the city needs to continue to upgrade its infrastructure faster than the pre-settlement policy of repairing only 1% of the system per year, if it is to succeed in addressing the problems that will continue to occur given the age and condition of the system. As was noted in the recent wastewater collection system report, many of the city's sewer pipes are still in a advanced state of deterioration and in need of repair or replacement. So we really hope that you continue the level of effort now that was undertaken pursuant to our consent decree and continue to improve and keep spills down to a minimum, which are a violation of the Clean Water Act. So just want to let you know that we support the wastewater increase and will continue to support the city's efforts and also continue to track how we're doing in terms of pipe replacement and repair and sewer spills moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Redmond, and thanks for putting up with our technology. Go ahead, Ms. Gorman.
Okay, our next speaker is Melissa Cunningham and then Nick Kuntz. I believe I fixed my mic issues. If not, let me know, everybody. All right, Ms. Cunningham, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. This is Melissa Cunningham, the Executive Director of COAST, and I'm bringing you a comment from Kim Stanley, our Safe Routes to School Director and addressing Public Works. COAST has had a long-standing mutually beneficial agreement with the City of Santa Barbara to conduct the Safe Routes to School program at city schools. Funding for the program comes from the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department. We teach pedestrian and bike safety to students attending city schools. Our program gives kids increased confidence, an understanding of how traffic works, an understanding of how to ride a bike safely and cross streets safely. The Safe Routes to School program is becoming institutionalized at the schools. We help to build school community with our festive walk and bike to school days throughout the school year. We make sure students have access to affordable helmets, managing to maintain a cost of $10 helmets for the last 15 years of doing distributions at the schools. In addition to pedestrian and bike safety education, the Safe Routes to School program teaches kids the benefits of maintaining physical and mental health, the importance of being outside, and environmental stewardship. In fact, our staff often say walking and biking are the solutions to many of our most pressing problems. We work closely with the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department in 3 ways: to provide data for their grant applications, to help with public outreach efforts for infrastructure projects, and we conduct traffic safety assessments for the schools with stakeholders, including the school principal, parents, COAST staff, public works staff, and a police officer from the police department. We walk the school neighborhoods to discuss concerns regarding traffic safety and see if we can find solutions, and always with Vision Zero as a guideline. Congratulations are in order for the great success the Public Works Department has had in recent years to fund and construct outstanding pedestrian and bike safety improvements that also align with Vision Zero. These improvements include Eastside pedestrian and bicycle bridges, increased pedestrian lighting, additional sidewalks, the Yananali Bridge replacement, and improvements along Lower Milpas, among several others. All of these successes are due to your stellar public works staff in collaboration with Coast's Safe Routes to School program. Currently, Coast is partnering with Public Works on 2 hopeful projects on the west side, multimodal paths on both Modoc Road and Cliff Drive. Coast has an investment in these projects being funded and constructed. We want safer infrastructure. We're teaching and encouraging kids to safely walk and bike more places. And we want families to choose to walk and bike for transportation, not just to school, but everywhere. We consistently receive positive feedback and on the value and enrichment and fun of Safe Routes to School. As a nonprofit program, we rely on the city's continued funding to keep that momentum going for future generations of active and sustainable transportation users. Thank you for your continued financial support, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thanks.
Very good. Next speaker.
Yes, one moment, Madam Mayor.
Perhaps Mr.
Okay.
Coons wanted to speak on the next item? Okay.
Our next speaker is Mr. Coons. Nick Coons, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. This is Nick Coons, and as you know, I serve the city as a member of both the Access Advisory Committee and the Building and Fire Safety Code Board of Appeals. I want to object to the proposed ADA transition plan cuts. If I could take a moment to explain what the ADA transition plan is. It is a legally required document, ADA Title II, in which the city has identified accessibility deficiencies and made a plan to fix them over time. The process of barrier removal has dragged on for far too many years. While I appreciate that accessibility improvements may be included under other line items, the transition plan line item is still crucial. I understand that we have new budget constraints, but if I understand this presentation correctly, this is the only general fund capital spending line item proposed to be cut. And by my calculations, this is a cut of 89%, and it seems patently discriminatory. Thank you.
Very good. We will close public comment. Ms. Gorman, if that was the last person wishing to speak on our public works budget.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that was the last speaker on this item.
Okay, well, let's take his comment, that last particular one. We should get an explanation on the ADA plan issue. Certainly there's discussion that can be had about, I mean, that's why we're here, to talk about where we're cutting and where we're not cutting. So Ms. Oslin, do you have an explanation on that particular question?
Yes, Mayor Mario. So we made a very difficult decision to trim some of this budget out so that we could continue to move our program forward. While I understand Mr. Kuntz's position, and it is incredibly important as we move forward with our individual projects. We do have a CASP, which is a certified access person who does our evaluations on our projects. That they work on doing kind of a mini transition plan, if you will, and we incorporate that into the projects that we're working on. We have several projects that we're working on in order to meet the existing transition plan recommendations. Some of those were at the Cabrillo Pavilion. We have a city attorney's office renovation project that was just completed. We have a city hall elevator design in the project. We also have the central library elevator design in the project queue. So as we delay the update of the transition plan at this time, we're still wanting to continue forward with projects that are incorporated into the existing transition plan.
Thank you for that explanation. And we'll now go to the City Council to make any remarks or closing remarks. It's 1:15. And we have one more item on the agenda, which is our emergency ordinance pertaining to the closure or the opening of some streets. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be really quick here. For the Water Resources Division, it's just don't want it to be lost what incredible efforts of diversifying our water portfolio, keeping our water safe and deliverable, and really excellent work there, and then managing that with budget changes. Just wanted to commend that. And I just wanted to second Mr. Kunz's objection, I guess, to having any cuts in the ADA transition plan. It's a relatively small amount of money compared to the larger budget. And I know we'll talk about this all at the end, but I mentioned this before in a different item that those little cuts to the ADA transition plan seem like they could still be incorporated in without being cut. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Casey, please make a note. That's $400,000 that we're talking about, and we'll put that on a list of things to consider. Anyone else with closing remarks related to the proposed budget for our Public Works Department? I would remind everyone it's a very fluid situation. Whatever we end up adopting in June, we'll be making adjustments to as the economy changes and our revenues that come in, sales tax, bed tax. We're hoping for the best and preparing for challenges. So I don't see anyone popping on. So thank you, Rebecca Bjork, our Public Works Director. I tip my hat to you and your staff. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm trying to decide whether to take just a 2-minute break. No, let's keep going. We're moving on to the next item. Mr. Casey, who is the city staff person who's presenting? Or let's go to Ms. Clerk. The clerk needs to read. Oh, no, she doesn't. Okay. This is the adoption of the Emergency Economic Recovery Ordinance. And it is item number 2 on our budget, on our agenda. Thanks, Ms. Clerk. I just read it.
That's what I was going to say.
Thanks. Mr. Harris, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Last Tuesday, May 19th, the Council responded to the urgent need of the city's 400+ food service businesses who provide thousands of jobs, activate our commercial districts, and add to Santa Barbara's quality of life amenities. Council approved the COVID-19 Business Advisory Task Force's recommendation to support the opening of State Street, suspend the regulations to allow outdoor dining in the public right-of-way, such as on-street parking, parklets, sidewalks, as well as city surface parking lots and private property to support the reopening and recovery of the city's food service businesses. Council also cleared the way for the city administrator to invoke an emergency order to enact the council directive until an emergency ordinance could be prepared and authorized. Council's timing couldn't have been better. The very next day, Governor Newsom certified Santa Barbara County's reopening guide, which allowed retail and indoor dining to reopen once businesses completed a self-certification, and the county's public health order was modified, which occurred the following day, Thursday, May 21st. Mr. Casey gave staff the direction to go ahead with about 36 hours notice before the Memorial Day weekend. In less than 12 hours, multiple departments developed an action plan to safely open State Street from Haley to Sola. Ingenuity, creativity, collaboration, and above all, outstanding teamwork made it happen. Friday morning, May 22nd, Mr. Casey signed the local emergency order, and by noon, State Street was closed to cars, but open to pedestrians. Many businesses along State Street and around the city began dining service, both indoor as well as outdoors. The vast majority of feedback and observations was that State Street closure was extremely well received. Opening of the street to pedestrians and outdoor dining allowed people to safely distance from each other. Likewise, many restaurant patrons stated that they felt more comfortable dining outdoors. Staff from various city departments have been working closely to assess the business operations, how best to define the outdoor dining guidelines to optimize business service, maintain a path of travel on both the sidewalk and State Street, as well as provide direction to many businesses who are developing their outdoor dining areas. Much more information will be forthcoming to the business community with materials to be translated into Spanish. A dedicated email, which is outdoordining@santabarbaraca.gov, and a phone line of 805-560-7520 has been created to answer questions. Just this morning, staff held an informational workshop with food service businesses to walk them through the ABC permit process and to plan to collect and submit applications directly and submit to ABC tomorrow in person. Rob Dayton, the city's transportation and parking manager, is available to answer any operational questions. Staff is pleased to present for review and adoption an emergency economic recovery ordinance, which enacts the conditions granted under the emergency order, which continues the temporary closure of State Street and other public rights of way to allow temporary outdoor dining for a period of 90 days. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
City Council colleagues, do you have questions? We all have the draft ordinance in our packets. Ms. Snedden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just really quickly, this was incredible work by staff, such short order and so extremely successful. A little bit concerned that it's so successful that we had a lot of people in the sort of festival environment that Mayor Murillo had referred to as maybe a concern. So I have two questions on this. You mentioned, is there dining on the street as well? My understanding previously was that the dining could go out as far as the curb, but not out into the street. And then with some of the photographs that I saw, there was still pedestrian walkway between tables and the thoroughfare of the sidewalk. And I had sort of thought that I understood that the sidewalk was going to just be for dining and any pedestrian motion was going to be in the street. And so I had a clarifying question about that. And I did see some tables in the street as opposed to just on the sidewalk. And it creates a little confusion, I think. So question about that. And then also, what more can we do to make sure that people are actually wearing masks? I think that's a really crucial part of the success of this in terms of the safety. And since this is a response to COVID, I think we really need to take that into account. So I have those two questions about clarifying where the dining is actually happening. And I feel really strongly that we do need to make sure that people are actually wearing masks. And I guess my question is, it's not exactly in this ordinance, but how can we address that? And just well done. This was really, really exciting, and thank you for making this happen. It was just so clear that people really enjoyed this and needed it. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, council member, in response to the questions. So it is dynamic and we are responding. The intent of the closure of State Street of the public right-of-way is to allow outdoor dining. And so the intent is, in addition to the sidewalk, that there is envisioned to allow outdoor dining into the closure of State Street. There are signage and explicit guidelines in process of being developed and will be placed along the right-of-way to inform the public about the importance of wearing masks. And obviously the city will need to be probably ramping up a public information education campaign regarding mask wearing. And then there's additionally creative ideas folks Instagramming the contest of the most creative mask and things of that nature. But just to clarify the expectation or the perspective of sidewalk dining. So it's imperative and very important that the city maintain ADA accessible path of travel along the sidewalk, as well as in the closure of State Street. There was some one-day experimentation of some businesses to effectively fully occupy the sidewalks, but that creates the challenge for individuals that would be on a sidewalk needing to maintain a path of travel and having that blocked with outdoor dining. And so as much as there might be kind of efficiency for businesses to have that co-location adjacency, the intent is for them to maintain a path of travel through the sidewalk of a minimum of 4 feet, as well as extend into a State Street closure. You will also see over time, there's starting to be examples. I just didn't have an opportunity to pull some of the imagery that we're starting to receive of the parklets of that on-street parking locations, not on State Street. This would be on the side streets or elsewhere in the city. This is a citywide program. As much as there's been excitement and focus on State Street, the emergency ordinance you're approving will allow this flexibility throughout the city, throughout all of our commercial districts. And so the idea of sidewalk dining adjacent to a business in a parklet on the on-street parking is the same expectation, that a minimum of 4 feet. And if there isn't 4 feet available to be maintained, then there really can't be sidewalk dining. And that's where we look to the flexibility of this ordinance to allow the closure of an on-street parking space in adjacency or private property in adjacency. So I think hopefully that clarifies, and much more information is going to be coming with signage to inform the public of how to interface and really where the space is, and more information to businesses. So we're working closely, but as indicated, this is all within a matter of days, less than a week than when you gave that initial approval last week.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I believe Mr. Dayton wants to jump on. So I have the order you want to speak, Jordan, Harmon, Friedman. If someone drops off, there's Rob. Now, Mr. Dayton, now we can see him.
Oh, sorry about that. There's only so many slots that can be up there. And Mr. Harris answered very well. And what's really interesting, just to give you a story of this weekend, because we were out there all the time, just really enjoying the excitement, but then also concerned about the safety, as was mentioned with masks. And we said we had to be fluid. And that's exactly what happened. The restaurant owners wanted to occupy the sidewalk. That created an ADA issue. And as Mr. Harris said, we've worked that out in the State Street Design Guide, which hopefully is going to be published this afternoon for use. And we're translating it into Spanish as well as the Parklet Design Guide. We'll be very specific about that 4-foot ADA travel way. So discouraging most people from walking through restaurants, because that's an issue too. The restaurant owners were saying, hey, I know that you have the sidewalk going through our restaurant, but isn't that a concern? And how do we keep people who are walking next to me while I'm eating 6 feet apart? That created a double space that you needed. So we heard them, and the 4 feet is small enough that everyone will kind of get a clue and move to the street who's able-bodied. But if someone is in that wheelchair and needs to walk through, they can.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Jordan. Stay close by Mr. Dayton, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm uncertain who the questions are for, so I'll just throw it out to staff. I had a couple suggestions over the weekend, and you incorporated them into the red line of the ordinance. And I had one question there, and that was if it wouldn't make more sense, or if you can do this legally for longer than 90 days, the way it's set up right now, you're just going to miss the Labor Day weekend. And could we not put this in force to get through the Tuesday of Labor Day weekend?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I'm going to ask John Doimus to respond to your questions. We had a good discussion about this with the department heads yesterday.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, you can extend it past 90 days. Right now, we can modify the ordinance to a date that you want, the number of days or the ending date. So if you want to make those changes today for the final ordinance, we can do so.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we had that talk yesterday, I think it was, since we were getting this ordinance ready for you all. Kind of 6 1, half dozen the other. Either way, we're going to have to be back checking in with council in August about whether we want to be extending this a little bit longer or whether it's run its course. And I think really what's going to drive it is the governor's orders about safe practices for restaurants, because this is to try to give them a chance to succeed. And if the order has come that restaurants can go back to full capacity, back to their original configuration, that might dictate how you want to go forward, or if it's still a month away. Either way, you're going to be back in August talking to you all about whether you want to extend the ordinance or not. So totally up to you optic-wise if you prefer 90 days or Labor Day as kind of a point. But either way, you're going to be back talking about it just before then.
So I'll hear what everybody else has to say, but
Okay.
it just seems like either way, we'll be back with other things too. So I just think it benefits the businesses to maybe just plan through that time rather than hope that we're going to extend that sometime the third week of August. Then the other question I had was in regards to a note I made on the proclamation that was already adopted on the 22nd. And that was, and I heard back from Mr. Dumois that that's a great idea, but I don't see where it was put into the revision of the ordinance, and I don't know where it would go. But that was the idea that if you had a restriction on the restaurants of only using a space equal to the width of their frontage, that in many cases when you walk up and down the street, restaurants could be using spaces that are longer than that, wider than that, if that's the correct word, and causing less of a problem on the street with passage or ADA. And in many cases, the spaces next to them are not businesses, or they're businesses that are closed, or they're just 50 feet of window. They're not even an egress and an ingress. I mean, it's a one-off, but I'm interested if we could give somebody the authority to make those exceptions on a case-by-case basis. There's one that has done that. It might be Chase Bar and Grill. It's very close to La Arcata, and they have moved all their tables and chairs out as close as they can to the parkway landscaping, and kept open the 8 or 10 feet between them and the building. But they went wider than their frontage because they're not bothering anybody. There's other examples that are horrible. 11 and 1200 block, where literally you are walking a gauntlet, or some people have actually roped off the entire sidewalk and put a sign, "Go walk in the street," which is obviously not going to fly. So I see you on there, Mr. Dayton. Please help me.
Mr. Dayton, thanks.
Well, and the other team members want to respond, and you know, again, we've been doing this very actively, adjusting the ordinance, as Mr. Casey said, even yesterday, you know, trying to get to the right version of what we're doing, very fluid, nimble. What we've been telling owners, and this has happened, you know, Jane is doing it, they're expanding in it, two sides of them, you know, check with your neighbor, be a good neighbor, do what's reasonable, do what's right, do what's safe, is how the advice we've been giving up to this point. And then John Doimus might have other information on that legally.
Sure. It'd probably be from a logistics standpoint easier to operate if the neighboring commercial owner agrees for an expansion on the sidewalk, so in front of their store. The street may be a different issue, maybe a little more complicated than that. It'd probably be easier to agree for the expansion onto the sidewalk of the adjacent business.
Which is where I've successfully seen it done, is on the sidewalk only. So is staff allowed right now to make those calls on a one-by-one basis?
The ordinance calls for a limitation on the width being the frontage of the business. there is a section that talks about the city administrator allowing to develop regulations to effectuate the ordinance. However, it'd probably be best to include language that would actually make that permissible. So we'd probably have to include specific language into the ordinance.
Okay. So thank you. So I'd like to suggest that for discussion with my fellow council members, and just 2 points. One, that we just extend it through September 8th right now, and we enact it through September 8th. And the other is that we designate somebody to designate exceptions to the frontage on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think most of my questions were addressed, but I just wanted to discuss, maybe for Mr. Colon or Mr. Doimus, Section 4 of this ordinance related to its extension or repeal. Do we need to have this time-limited section in this ordinance because specifically it's an emergency ordinance? Can you just explain to me why we have that in there at all, and why we specifically say that it must be affirmatively extended or repealed? Is that a legal requirement of this type of ordinance?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, it's good housekeeping here. And it's also trying to provide notice to the businesses that they're not acquiring a right to continue violating the many codes we are waiving in order to make State Street happen in the way it's happening.
Mr. Doimus, were you gonna?
That's exactly what I would say, Councilmember Harmon. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, look, in that case, I certainly agree with Councilmember Jordan extending this through September 8th. Personally, I would like to see it go through our fall season in this framework. I think it's going to be a necessary step to support our downtown business through the fall season, and then, maybe even beyond. So that's sort of where I am on this. And I guess another follow-up question for our legal team: if this is a success, if this is something that our community wants to see permanently, how do we transition this into a permanent program? Is it out of this ordinance, or would that be a totally separate endeavor?
Mr. Doimus, you want to take that, or shall
Why don't you, Ariel? I'll fill in case you have anything else. Go ahead.
Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, it's important that this ordinance, the emergency ordinance, be time limited. If we want to make a full or partial closure or opening of State Street a possibility, we have a lot of work to do. You will notice that there are many areas where, as a matter of style, the lawyers in our office have chosen to be quite permissive and flexible in order to promote the innovation and creativity with something that's just getting off the ground. I want to say to the council and community most pointedly, though, that given my experience as the city attorney in Boulder, Colorado, where Pearl Street Mall is probably one of the big 3 successful pedestrian malls in the country, what looks like casual innovation is actually the result of tremendously carefully crafted regulations so that everything works. If you imagine what it takes to create something as wonderful as State Street, you can imagine how careful we need to be to recreate that in a different kind of mall.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kwan. That makes perfect sense. Very much understand that. And I'll just reiterate my view that I would support extending this through September 8th or even longer through the fall if there's will for that from my colleagues. And I just have 2 more quick questions or comments maybe. The first is for
we have public comment yet.
I will phrase it as a question.
Commentary. Okay.
I would like a response, so I will make sure I phrase it as a question. Mr. Dayton, I spent a lot of time myself on State Street this weekend and had a lot of feedback from folks about some of the challenges navigating around bikers or skateboarders or whatever, that there was a little bit of perceived chaos in that. And I'm wondering if that's something that you and your office is moving to address, and kind of if we could get an update on where that is.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, you raise an excellent point, and we're concerned about that too, and have thought a great deal about the answer to that question. And the answers are not easy, so let me walk you through it, because I think it's important for us to all understand. The first thing to note is that bicycles, the transportation network for bicycles is State Street. There are no north-south routes in downtown. In other words, De La Vina, Chapala, Santa Barbara, Garden, Anacapa are not designed for biking around. So it is the place where people tend to go. They want to be there. They're a part of the experience, if you will. So that is the challenge, is to try to, how do you keep them in place? So if you believe that's true, and then you say, well, maybe we can make a space for them. So Derek Bailey, our traffic engineer, talked about it. By the way, the staff, police is concerned, attorneys are concerned, we're all concerned about this issue. So maybe we can make a path, maybe we can make you cone off 12 feet down the middle, and then the cyclists can go down that. The challenge there is that then pedestrians are crossing the bicycle path, and cyclists think, well, this is my space and I can go fast and I can be in here, but then pedestrians just casually cross it. We have that problem on the Beachway. And so we think the situation, collisions could be even worse. And the other thing we talk about is cone off the middle and say people going down and people going up, at least get people in the same direction. But then again, it limits the space where maneuvering can happen and takes the responsibility away from the cyclist to avoid people, which is what we want to do. We do see that there are some people, and fun as it is to ride wheelies all the way down State Street, probably not safe to do that. So we talked about on the call yesterday about talking to those folks who are behaving in that way, which is a subtle number of people. Because that behavior is not okay, and it seems reckless, and also the perception is really uncomfortable for people who might have small children. But the thing is if we say no bicycling on State Street, then the people who are going to bicycle are going to be the people that are doing the wheelies, right? So the people who are legitimately being safe, and you tell them no cycling, they won't. And then the people who are maybe tend to be more reckless may continue to cycle. And then we have an enforcement issue where we become the bad guy, spoiling the fun, whatnot. So that's the wrestling we're doing. Right now, we don't think it's a safety issue. We think it's a perceived issue for sure, but we don't think it's an issue when the pedestrians get dense. Cyclists respond accordingly and they ride differently. When you get to the 500 block, some people actually dismount their bike or they're going very, very slow. So that is a challenge. And then the other thing I'd comment about State Street as you're thinking about this as council members is this street is different every moment of the day. It is not a one size fits all. So one of the things that I'm interested in this grand experiment of closing State Street finally is how's it going to go, and how's it going to go during the week? This issue that you bring up is one of the struggles of that. And as Mr. Kalan said, Pearl Street is very designed and they have accommodated bikes elsewhere. They don't have them going down the promenade. So this is one of those things, again, nimble. We're going to have to watch it very carefully and respond accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. I really appreciate that, and helped me to understand how complicated it really is. And my last question, I think, is also for you. And I wanted to touch base about the cross streets, particularly Carrillo and State. I personally found it a little difficult to cross, and I heard from a lot of people that there was just some moments of stress when people were trying to figure out when they could go, when cars could go. And I wanted to know if we're making any changes to that, or if our perspective is just, you know, people are gonna have to get used to it and they will. And how are the cross streets working? If you could just give us a little update on that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, great question. Completely. This is on the fly. So the initial direction from the traffic engineers, we're going to go all stop. That creates, the reason for that is that if a pedestrian ignores the indication at the intersection, and particularly on a green light, the pedestrian loses. If someone's flying down. So all stop means that all vehicles are going slow across the street. A green light means they might be going at speed. So that is the challenge and the rub. So Carrillo, a little different, 4 lanes versus 2 lanes, much bigger crossing, very hard for little awkwardness. Like, okay, I'm stopped. Like some pedestrians you saw out there were like, I'm stopped and waiting for that motorist. Then other people go, okay, what the heck, I'll just go too. So you got that awkwardness. So we turned on that signal, and then now it happened on Saturday, and you know, and PD is very concerned about that too. They're out there watching this, and we're in dialogue. CODA as well was turned back on. So we will see each signal, and we'll see what the response is for pedestrian, what the conflict is, and then make adjustments.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's it for me. Really appreciate that this was put together so quickly.
Let me interject before Mr. Friedman speaks that I support it going to September 8th. I heard Harmon, I heard Jordan. So let's make that part of the discussion. We have to come back anyway in August. Okay, we got a thumbs up from Sneddon. Mr. Friedman, thank you for letting me jump in. Go ahead. We can't hear you, Mr. Friedman. Sound? There, we can hear you now.
Okay. It's not ideal, but Mr. Dayton, just some feedback on the last issue is that bicyclists were running the red blinking lights, and then they got to Carrillo, and that was the confusion. So we need to get information to the bicyclists that they still need to stop at the blinking lights. That's just feedback, no comment on it, or no question on it. So I do have a couple of questions real quickly. Number 1 was this ordinance would expand citywide as I understand it, or allow Mr. Casey to make citywide changes. Is that correct? Or is it just State Street?
Jason.
Go ahead. No, I was going to let you go, John. But yeah, this is a citywide ordinance. It allows us to do the parklets, allows us to look at private parking lots and look at any options that might work at different parts of the community.
So that gets to my next question then, is there are some restaurants in other parts of town that they abut a neighborhood, like directly, like their back might be directly abutting a neighborhood. So is there anything in here that we would be looking at time limits, like for the outdoor in particular to like 10 p.m. or that you have to have food, you can't just have a bar, those types of things to have neighborhood compatibility? Because having outdoor dining till midnight could create neighborhood issues.
That's a good consideration.
I'm looking at the draft. Mr. Dormus, maybe you can help. I thought we did have 10 p.m. in there because we agreed.
Yes, we're adopting the emergency order, the regulations within it for State Street for citywide, except those that specific issues that particularly pertain to State Street, Councilmember Friedman. So the time regulations would be until 10 p.m.
Okay, okay, perfect. That addresses that concern. I know that had been brought up. My other question is in section 10H of the report, that it mentions amplified music, no live or amplified music. And I was wondering on State Street in particular, if this would prohibit it for the entire duration of this, if say we go to September, but could we have some, if you had some acoustic music or that type of thing in the street, because I think it's a nice addition. and it would be a draw down there, but to limit music, especially as we get into the summer months, and it would be, I would support having some type of music down there, or the ability to at least have it based on conditions. So does the ordinance prohibit it, or would it allow it?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Friedman, Mr. Casey's order as Director of Emergency Services from May 22 prohibits live music or amplified sound. That was, again, a minimal way to address the competition for space by various activities protected by the First Amendment. So there are fairly significant issues that go with regulating how music or amplified sound can happen in a public space. And rather than try and address those in this first draft, we basically put it off by including the prohibition that you're referring to. I expect that we will be asked to change that as this develops. But for now, that's the best we can do on short order. And if the council would like us to work towards addressing First Amendment activities more broadly, just say so today and we'll get on that.
And if I could just jump in really quick, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, the other balance we were trying to strike is we want the street to be open from a safety standpoint. If people are going to be coming downtown, we want that ability to space. We want that social distancing. And we just weren't sure that live music kind of sets that same tone. If someone's really good and people kind of congregate and want to watch, that's not where we want to be right at this moment. So that's why we cited on that.
I would long-term want to look at that, but when you just brought it up, there were some people playing live music down in the 500 block when I was down there on Sunday night. So it was happening. So we need to look at, if we're not going to have it, then we do need to do the proper enforcement, especially as it would get people to congregate together. So just that, but I would like to look at that at another date. I understand why now it's in there, and I agree with where we're at today on it. My other question has to do with deliveries. And there is opportunity in the mornings for cars to come up and do deliveries to the restaurants and other businesses using State Street. Is that correct, or is it prohibited?
Who has the info on deliveries of staff?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, we're still working that out. It's a big issue. Like for instance, you can't even imagine how many people have to access the street. We have trash. We have all sorts of deliveries to business front of house because in some cases there's no back of house. We have the grease trap person who has a hose that's only 150 feet long to go to businesses. So the answer to the question that we're wrestling with is how many people do we allow to access in front? How many is necessary? What's the right number? It means that a lot of people would be moving barriers, and then it'll be our responsibility to make sure they're put back correctly. Right now, we're looking at 10 a.m. in the morning is not letting people on the street beyond 10 a.m. That it's too crowded, too many people for delivery. So that's what we're looking at. And then we're working, Derek Bailey and I are working on, with the traffic engineer, working on a triage of what is appropriate. Where are we going to draw the line? Because if everyone wants to do that, we may not see the barriers put back correctly. And then the ambassadors will be instructed on how the barrier should look, so we keep track of that.
Thank you. No more questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Friedman, and you support it going to September 8th?
Yes.
But we're going to take, okay, thank you. Well, we're going to take public comment then. Ms. Gorman, are there people who want to speak? I think you said maybe 4.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have several speakers. A couple additional people have raised their hand in the meantime. So I'm going to state the names of people here. We have Anna Marie Gott, then Dave Lombardi, Kent Epperson, Melissa Cunningham, Nick Kuntz, Patricia Owens, Roseanne Crawford, and Virginia Railing. Okay, now we'll have the timer working this time. Ms. Gott, you'll be first. Oh, Ms. Gott needs to have her PIN. I'm going to send her Ms. Gott, I'm sending you your PIN. And we'll come back to you. Mr. Lombardi, you're next. Please go ahead.
I can't hear anything.
Mr. Lombardi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just working with someone in my store. My name is Dave Lombardi, and I am a business owner that has been on State Street for almost 18 years now. And I just have to talk to you about the ordinance you are proposing to, emergency ordinance to close State Street till September from Councilman Jordan's remarks here, Madam Mayor. And I just want to say that throughout this whole conversation I've been hearing on this, that all you have addressed in businesses are the restaurants, and you have not looked at any of the other retail businesses that are out there. You have segregated that segment of the market out, and you've now discriminated against a whole huge part of the retail business, all the other shops that are out there. The only thing I keep hearing about is restaurants. And granted, there are a lot of restaurants. I understand exactly what you're doing, but I've been closed for 2 months, and I've hurt just as much as all these restaurants. I'm sure there's other businesses out there that have been closed, and as your council members have walked up and down State Street, I'm sure they've seen many businesses being closed permanently on State Street, and you'll see that. If you do this ordinance, you are going to drive a stake through the heart and kill anything that is not a restaurant that is on State Street or in some of these other neighborhoods when you close off these streets. Now, being part of the downtown Santa Barbara organization for many years, I can't believe that they put this through, but since there's no leadership over there now, I understand that completely. But I just think that you need to take a look at this, and you got to look at the whole picture and not discriminate against any business other than retail restaurants. And I think, too, there's a solution to this. It may take a little bit more part of hard work on the city's part, but you don't need to close the street down the whole day. If you close the street down possibly from 5 o'clock at night till midnight, you can put the barriers up, take them down, and that would alleviate the deliveries in the morning for all the other businesses and everything else out there that need to have their deliveries at their stores, or for customers to come in. Close the streets at 5 o'clock, that's fine. But to do this, and especially now, to do it until August or till Labor Day, you are going to kill retail on State Street. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Snedden, go ahead. A question for Mr. Lombardi?
I do, if he's still available. Mr. Lombardi, so this is of course troubling to hear, and I'm wondering, is it more that your business has parking out front of it that you're losing because of the open street, or you don't anticipate getting more foot traffic to your business because restaurants are also open and maybe you coming out onto the sidewalk? Does none of that positively affect?
Councilmember Snedden, I greatly appreciate it, but it's not about me, okay? I really want to kind of stress that. Yes, my business is affected, the 1,300 blocks affected, but I'm talking about all retail businesses other than restaurants. I cannot put anything out on the street because the people have to come into my store. I don't have the personnel to put something out on the street. I can't design a picture frame out there. I should have told you I own a custom picture framing store. I can't do that. Plus, since I have this humongous bus sitting at the end of my street, nobody can get by or even see my street from crossing Sola. So that's another adherence there. So it's not just me and having that out there. It's any retail business that's other than a restaurant. I think the short-sightedness and the quickness you try to put this out there and to get this ordinance or get this going for the restaurants is great, but you overlooked everything else. When everything else is in chaos, we need the city leaders to slow down, see what the ramifications are to everybody when they do something like this, and not just go willy-nilly throwing something out there and say, oh, well, we'll fix it down the road a bit. Because down the road a bit for me or other retailers that have been closed for 2 months isn't going to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Doimus, you had something?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this ordinance actually addresses and allows other commercial retailers from operating. It'd be under Section 3A of the ordinance, which allows the temporary expansion of existing permitted commercial uses of property, and that includes State Street. The emergency ordinance that occurred over Memorial Day weekend was something to quickly address, especially restaurants that have issues with capacity of customers coming in there to expand it. But this ordinance allows for other businesses as well to expand into the sidewalk and parts of the street.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker and take into consideration what Mr. Lombardi had to say. Ms. Gutierrez, you have something at this juncture?
Yes, for situations like Mr. Lombardi's, he owns a picture frame business, and he just expressed he can't take, some of his material out. Is there a way that these business owners can put signs onto the sidewalk where it promotes, it highlights their business?
I think that's a good idea. It's something that I would assume Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton are working on. Mr. Dayton, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, yes, they can. We can work with specifically Mr. Lombardi and others. But this question from Mr. Lombardi and his frame shot brings up a really good issue for council to discuss. And again, we're going to have to be fluid and talk about this. The 1300 block is very different from the rest of State Street. It has 3 lanes with a turn lane in the middle and parking on both sides. So Mr. Lombardi and maybe other businesses are used to having that parking taken up. And then Mr. Lombardi also pointed out, the street has different it changes over the day. Like as long as he's in business, maybe it should be open. And then when when the restaurants are more likely to be populated, Carlitos, Opal, and Jane on that block. Sorry, there's one more restaurant, I'm forgetting the name. Maybe in the evening, that's when the streets, open for restaurants. So I think that, this is something we're going to have to work with business owners specifically and find out the right balance as we move forward. And I don't think it's a one size fits all for a lot of these, maybe other blocks. Remember when we started this conversation as council, you were saying, well, maybe we should just do the 5 and 12. We got to open it all and let's see. I think our administrator was saying, hey, let's set the canvas or see what businesses are going to do. And so we're waiting for that moment to see how populated the streets gets with activity. But if it doesn't show up, then do we listen to other business owners who have access needs? And I think that we're going to need to continue to balance that. So really good question.
So now that we've heard from Mr. Lombardi, can I ask staff, somebody to follow up with that specific block in State Street and just go out there and try to work with these business owners?
Yes, we can, and we are. So okay, we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And his point is well taken about the parking needs. We still have our city parking lot. So, okay, next speaker, please, Ms. Clerk.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kent Epperson, then Melissa Cunningham, then Nick Kuntz. Mr. Epperson, I will unmute you in a moment. Okay, Mr. Epperson, please go ahead.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So my name is Kent Epperson, and I'm the Director of Traffic Solutions over at the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. And first, I just want to give you all some major kudos for taking a leap, taking a risk to move forward with the State Street initiative. As most of you may know, I helped run the Santa Barbara County Open Streets Initiative. We put on 3 open streets events in Santa Barbara, one in Carpinteria, one in Santa Maria. Had many more planned this year, but of course things have changed. But I just wanted to say a couple things that as I was out there over the weekend for probably about 7 hours, I think I went to maybe 6 or 7 restaurants, several businesses, spent a lot of money out there just trying to support our businesses. But I did witness the bicycle and pedestrian conflict. Primarily, I did notice it was the wheelie kids that are out there quite a bit. And I wanted to let you all know that we have actually, we're in the process of reaching out to all of the various cycling groups. They get together periodically for rides to do what we can do from the bicycling community to educate these individuals so that they can offer up some more etiquette out on State Street. I think that Rob Dayton's response with, you know, not jumping to separating bikes and pedestrians is a good move at this point in the game. With open streets events, we like to keep kind of the commingling of pedestrians and bicyclists because it allows for such flexibility for activities and, you know, people just enjoying the full street. So we will work with some of those organizations, some of those groups and individuals that perhaps were riding a little dangerous out there on State Street. The other thing I wanted to mention is without the downtown shuttle in operation, there is a consideration for giving access to those that are less able bodies to enjoy State Street. And one of the ways that can be accomplished is through pedicabs. And I wasn't quite sure if there were any policies or any efforts in place to encourage or even start to facilitate the invitation to the pedicab operators to operate within the State Street area. So I'm not sure that's a question. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is I wanted to echo Council Members Friedman's comment about the live music. And I totally understand the desire to avoid congregation, you know, in the street. My observation of the buskers that were out there over the weekend is that people weren't really congregating. There was enough to hold people's interest just being in the street and moving around, going to the restaurants, that I felt like it just created an ambiance that was really nice, especially at night.
Time
you
is
could hear
up,
the music from quite far
Mr.
away.
Epperson.
So
Yeah,
thank
your
you very
time is
much.
up. But you're right. It did seem like people were not congregating. Go ahead, Ms. Gorman. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Our next speaker is Melissa Cunningham, then Nick Kuntz, Patricia Owens, Roseanne Crawford, and Virginia Railing. Ms. Cunningham, let's see. Hold on one moment, Ms. Cunningham. Okay, Ms. Cunningham, you may go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, Madam Mayor and City Council. This is Melissa Cunningham, Executive Director of Coast. And on behalf of Coast and together with our partners at SB Bike, I would just like to thank and congratulate the City Council, administrator, staff, and the task force for taking fast action and opening State Street to people and allowing us to have more space to safely access downtown and the restaurants and businesses that are now able to open their doors. It has been over 50 years since the idea of making State Street a pedestrian promenade was envisioned in the 1964 Santa Barbara General Plan, and it has been a hot topic of debate ever since. While we all wish, I'm certain, that the circumstances were different and that we weren't being subjugated to a global pandemic, it is to be celebrated that the city has been able to find safe and healthy solutions to bring us a little closer to normalcy. Coast has advocated for a people-centered downtown for many years, and we want to ensure you that we are here to offer our assistance in promoting safe use by all people of the new State Street Promenade. Both Coast and SB Bike are able to get the message out to our collective networks to encourage safe and courteous riding. For instance, to stop at the blinking red lights, to remind our community to maintain social distance guidelines when walking, and of course to wear face masks. In fact, at this very moment, I would like to call on all bicyclists and skateboarders from today forward to please ride safely and courteously, to set an example to others, to give riding and skating a good name, and most importantly, to ensure State Street remain open for all users during this time. We support the nimbleness that Mr. Dayton referred to in making adjustments as we go along this process. And we applaud Mayor Murillo for her message that we are working together, in her words, to lift up Santa Barbara, and we will continue to be cautiously optimistic that our new State Street Promenade will live on past this pandemic and serve as one of the foundations of a more people-focused downtown corridor that revitalizes our economy and community well into the future for Santa Barbara. So I thank the city again for taking this action, and we support the ordinance in front of you today. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker will be Nick Kuntz. Get the timer going one more time, one moment. Okay, Mr. Kuntz, please go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Madam Mayor and council members, again, this is Nick Kuntz, Access Advisory Committee and Building and Fire Safety Code Board of Appeals member. I want to appreciate Mr. Harris's response to the sidewalk dining question. It's clear that he understands the accessibility issues with respect to path of travel in the public right-of-way, specifically on the sidewalks. I would also ask that staff revise their State Street Dining Guide to include more guidance regarding the accessible seating requirements. There are very specific requirements to making seating accessible in dining areas, and businesses should receive appropriate guidance from the city on that. If seating is offered indoors, on the sidewalk, and on the street, or on the street, accessible seating is required in all of those areas. I also want to point out that the Parklet document draft that I have seen does not, in my opinion, adequately address accessibility issues. I would like to suggest that staff please review the equivalent document produced by the City of San Francisco to improve guidance, and perhaps an addendum specifically addressing accessibility requirements at parklets could provide helpful guidance without disrupting the existing document work to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, our next speaker will be Patricia Owens, and then Roseanne Crawford, then Thomas Becker, then Virginia Railing. One moment, we'll get the timer going. Okay, Ms. Owens, please go ahead.
We can't hear you, Ms. Owens, if you're speaking.
Ms. Owens, we can't hear you. Let's try this one more time. Ms. Owens, please go ahead.
Okay, I don't think the Alcohol and Beverage Commission envisioned a 10-block parade route when they loosened their restrictions on people walking around with drinks. And I don't object to it. It's just that in the 1200 block, there is a restaurant that was serving beer in bottles, and people were walking around with beer bottles. And when you have beer bottles, skateboarders, bicycles, and strollers, I think that that's dangerous. And I think we need to consider not allowing glass bottles on State Street. I don't think that's such a good idea. And also, someone mentioned something about masks. We need to look at the new county ordinance. There is something that's important in it, and it says any mask incorporating a one-way valve, typically raised plastic cylinder about the size of a quarter in the front of the mask. This one-way valve cannot be used to comply with the order because the valve permits respiratory droplets to escape. Now I see this mask used all over, and had I not read this ordinance, I wouldn't have known about it. In fact, I have friends that have them like this. So I think this order needs to be carefully looked at. I looked at the 7-page order, and there are a lot of things that I think the city needs to look at. Also, I want to address Councilman Harmer. It took 35 years to create State Street. Santa Barbara is not just a tourist city, it's a world-class city. And State Street is the gateway into our city. And any changes that are made in the future needs to have citizen participation, and it can't be done with a magic wand with the city council saying, we're going to do this, and the city administrator and the business community. There needs to be city involvement, community involvement. I'm not against it. I enjoyed myself out there this weekend, but there needs to be planning to do this. And I was a little concerned about what she said. And also in relationship to the bicyclists, I have a lot of pictures of the bicyclists just running through crowds. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, our next speaker is Robin Elander, then Roseanne Crawford, then Thomas Becker, then Virginia Railing, then Anna Marie Gott. Okay, Ms. Elander, one moment and I will unmute you. All right. Ms. Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor, council member, city staff, I just commend you and all of the work that you've done so far to make all of this possible this past weekend. Obviously, there was a lot of work and quick work that went into it. I think moving ahead, we will need to still, as many of you have spoken, evaluate and work with the different businesses in different ways that they will need to use the space. A lot of people have expressed very positive feedback over the weekend and leading up to the time many different businesses were interested in exploring this concept, though it did happen so quickly that more research does need to be worked on in terms of the various people involved and how they're needing to use the space and how that may or may not be changed based on similar to Dave Lombardi's comments. There's a need to continue to look at that. Also to comment on the bicyclists and masks and use of the space, we have created some signage that will go up in the next day or two, working in collaboration with Nina Johnson on creating that signage that encourages masks, safe bicycle riding. And we can, of course, change that signage as needed as we go. But I do appreciate all of what you're doing. This is not an easy task. And I think we do need to make sure that we have enough time built into changes that we make to communicate with our downtown businesses and our community. We should be moving quickly and nimbly, but also we need to make time to communicate well as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Yes. Hello, our next speaker will be Roseanne Crawford. Ms. Crawford, I will unmute you in a moment. Okay, Ms. Crawford, please go ahead. Ms. Crawford, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. All right, we will come back to Ms. Crawford.
Okay, hello there.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you so much. I was down there Saturday night, prime time, 7:30, 9:30. It was great to see the energy. It was very exciting and the magnet potential. It was there, was happening. But there is a lot of tweaking that we need to do. I really like Mr. Dayton's comments. Two of them really resonate with me. His comments about a coning down the middle of the street for the bicyclists to accommodate them, I thought was very creative and I think is worth a shot. That was a big problem. They were not in their bike lanes. They were all over the place, zooming in and out, as well as skateboards. So, Mr. Dayton, I like that. I'd like to see that, at least a shot at it. The other thing is I totally support the all red at the lights because you do get people to slow down that way. Causing confusion makes people to pause, causes people to pause. You want them to pause in this situation right now. And so it's all being worked out. The ambassadors along the way have a lot of work here. I'm hoping those positions don't get cut because they're going to be needed. My personal experience was eating at a restaurant, and they'd done a beautiful job with the 6 feet of the tables on the sidewalks. But unlike some of the others that had said no pedestrian traffic, we had people coming through the table, so it was no longer 6 feet because of the pedestrians. And it just wasn't the pedestrians. There were bicyclists and there was a skateboarder that went through. So I think that needs some work. I thought the original concept was a sidewalk was for the restaurant people's tables, and the people would walk on the side of the street. So you might want to re-examine that. If nothing else, it will really restrict some of the smaller people that don't have much space there. And certainly if ADA needs to be accommodated, that could be a case-by-case exception that, you know, the sign even states only ADA accessible can pass through. And I just hope that you'll keep an open mind about that, because I noticed the restaurants that were most successful did post a sign, and respectfully, people were just going along the street and the diners were much more comfortable. The minute the food hit the table, I can't tell you how many people I had to say, move over. It just freaked me out. They were coming too close. And so you're going to say, yeah, we have this 4 feet, but people, they're distracted. They're not looking. They're not going to stay on that 4 feet. They're going to roam. They're going to shift. So I just don't think that mixes well with your intention. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker will be Virginia Railing. Mr. Becker was on, but he has left the call. So we have Mr. Railing and then Ms. Gott. Ms. Railing, I will unmute you in a moment. Okay, Ms. Railing, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Virginia Railing. I'm concerned because I keep hearing in this crisis that 6 feet is required for safe distance. So I'm also very concerned that on the side streets where the street is not closed, the restaurants are being told that they can put out tables on the sidewalk, and only 4 feet of sidewalk is required to be clear for people like me who are just walking by. I'm in my 80s and I live downtown, and I want to continue to walk in my neighborhood without having to walk within 4 feet of people eating. Can you please give assurances that 6 feet wide is required to be clear for pedestrians on sidewalks, not only 4 feet? Again, I'm talking about side streets where the street is still open, but walking in the street is not a safe option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another speaker?
All right, our final speaker will be Anna Marie Gott. Okay, Ms. Gott.
I'd just like
Go
to
ahead.
echo what the last speaker discussed, which is the 6 foot required distancing. Wasn't that really a requirement with the RISE guideline? Isn't that what public health wants us to do? Is to have 6 feet between the walker and the person sitting that is unmasked. And in the case of restaurants, it's going to be numerous people sitting unmasked. This is not actually a really good forum in which to discuss this ordinance. We shouldn't be also waiting for 4 months to bring the ordinance back to actually even look at it to see if you want changes. I would really recommend that you pass this for 30 days and bring back an entire package at the end of that 30 days where we can actually have a substantial public discussion about this. Because not only have I mentioned to you before about the issues that you're going to have with loading, you are going to have issues with those retail businesses that really they're going to see their business decline because you've shut down State Street. I'm personally not going to be going down State Street because I don't find that it's safe. There is no one there with enforcement. I would say 90% of the people in the streets were not wearing masks, and you could not buy a mask anywhere. You had to have your own mask if you were going to wear one. And that all of this is really against public health directive because the vast majority of the people that I saw down there were not residents, but were out of town. So we're just importing tourists from a different area that have hotspots like Los Angeles. You know, beyond all of this, we really need a permit, because if we've got someone who is a bad actor that is not following the public health and safety rules, not following the rules that we want them to follow since we've closed State Street, we need to be able to revoke that permit and say that you're not going to be able to operate. At the very least, you need that threat to get them to conform. And we don't even have that here. And just to let everyone know, the ABC did not issue one temporary license in the city of Santa Barbara for anyone to have that outdoor dining or dining in the street last week. So every business that had it over the weekend was doing it illegally. And we are not have anyone here enforcing from the city's perspective of what is proper and what is allowed. Finally,
I'm sorry,
we're out of control.
Ms. Thank you so much. So Ms. Clerk, anyone else raise their hand there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have one additional speaker, Bonnie Donovan. Mr. Becker's phone call did drop, but he had sent an email earlier, which was sent to Mayor and Council during the meeting. So Ms. Donovan.
Ms. Donovan will be our final speaker. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Donovan, I will go ahead and unmute you. And Ms. Donovan, you can go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to go with Dayton saying this is the only north-south traffic for bicyclists. Anybody that's been here long enough knows that's why it's one way on Castillo and Bath Street for the bikers. And I thought we were all saying a pedestrian thing. We have just now hired a real expensive person who has experience with Santa Monica. First of all, Santa Monica is not a through street to the beach. I'm talking about 3rd Street Promenade. It is a cross street and it is pedestrians only. If you're gonna do it successfully, follow that one. Get the bikers off there, the skateboarders, the rollerbladers, because they were the people that were continuing through on the cross street, not the pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. Okay, Ms. Snedden, you have a question for the speaker? No, you're ready to go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And what's on our table is adopting an emergency economic recovery ordinance. We need at least 5 votes. We have the ordinance in front of us. We're discussing making it in force until September 8th, coming back in August, coming back sooner if there's issues that we need to look at. So go ahead, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When the time comes, I'm happy to make the motion to move this forward. A few comments on considering this, that we're not just responding to what the businesses are asking for. I think that's a really important point here, is that we're responding to what makes this a safer reopening for the community. Community members who want to be on State Street or want to go to businesses on State Street need that extra space to be safe. And to dine in restaurants, they need that extra space to be safe. So it's not just to support businesses, but it's also to support the safety of our community. I continue to be concerned, as others have mentioned, about that pathway between tables. It just does not make COVID sense to me. It makes sense to me long term. It makes sense to me in different scenarios, but in the COVID sense, I'm just not understanding, as Roseanne mentioned too, that that having people and bicycles or anything passing through there between tables. I don't want to sit at a table where there are just people passing by that close without maintaining that 6-foot distance. So I understand the ADA issues with that, and I do think that there could be ways that you know, a temporary type ramp could be in place to that particular business, or I don't want to say how to manage that, but I just feel confident that there are ways for each individual business to handle the ADA access without having that constant foot traffic, wheel traffic between the tables. I do think as we're moving towards a more like experiential economy, this is a step towards that. And when we do start looking at if we want to continue this long term, I'm imagining that's going to be a robust conversation that definitely will have, I would recommend, public input, public engagement. We'll have this trial period to really get into the package that Ms. Scott is talking about. Too soon, we won't be able to do, I don't feel, a comprehensive package while we're still in this trial zone. And I'm relying on staff to continue to be nimble and responsive as they have been. Keep working with businesses, keep working with people's concerns, keep working on the ADA compliance. And maybe by the end of those few months, we'll really have an idea of what we need to address and then have community input when we're back to where we can really get public engagement. I'm also going to agree that on the side streets that 4 feet is not enough. If the mandate is 6 feet, I think we need to be maintaining that everywhere. And again, it's challenging. It's not going to be easy for every business, but 6 feet is the recommendation. And so, you know, if a member of our community wants to still be able to walk on the sidewalk with 6 foot of distance, they should be able to do that on those side streets, to do that safely. I just am so impressed with staff and your responsiveness and ability to pull this off in such a short time. This is just incredible, just so incredible. And emphasizing again that this is not just for the restaurants. This is the feedback and the response that we've gotten from the community of people who are so grateful to have a place to be able to see each other at a safe distance, to remember that we're all part of a larger community. It really gave us all, I think, a lot of renewed energy for our city and for each other and community. So just really needing to safely be able to continue that. People need masks. They need to have masks. We'll work out the tweaks of how to get bicycles moving safely along those pathways and get everybody in that open street environment being safe. But as it is, I'm happy to move this, make the motion to move this forward. I guess I have a question for how we are going to address sort of bad actors. I don't think we need a full permit process, but I guess that's a separate, we do need to keep working on ways to address businesses if it becomes an issue that they're not helping the situation, but maybe contributing to the unsafety of that. But those are my comments, and just thank you.
I did hear you make a motion. Mr. Jordan, would you second that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'll second that as long as that motion is including changing that section to extend through September 8th.
That was my understanding. Yes,
Yes, it does.
she's nodding yes. Mr. Henschke is nodding yes. Thank you. And then just real quick, we have code enforcement out there. We have uniformed police officers, red shirts. We are enforcing, and it's only going to get more codified as we go along. Mr. Jordan, your comments, please.
Madam Mayor, so I'm obviously in favor of this. I just wanted to also, I heard everybody or saw everybody support the September 8th thing, but I'm curious too on where I was left with the idea of expanding beyond the store a property frontage if there was space to do so. This actually addresses on many of the cases you've been talking about, whether it's Opal, Jane, places like that. They are running tables right along the wall of their building, and then less than 3 feet, and then tables again along the parkway. And this is part of the problem. In situations like that, if they had the option to just run tables along the side of their building, but into the next frontages, or just run tables along the parkway into the next frontages, that would open up all that space. I guess I have a question for staff there, and I'm looking at not the red line version, but there actually was a phrase on there that the city administrator is authorized to adopt supplemental regulations as necessary to accomplish the purposes of this ordinance. So does that allow staff to go out in the field and look at these cases one by one? And if the neighbor says, okay, or the neighbor's vacant, that we could create that space in that manner, just out in the field?
Mr. Henschke, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes.
Okay, then I
love it. That's what they've been doing, Mr. Jordan.
Yep,
Good.
I know. And I just wanted to make sure they can continue to do that, and we don't have somebody coming back in public comment and saying there's no authority for that, because to me, clearly there is. And clearly that is the purpose of this ordinance, is to be nimble and responsive. The purpose of this ordinance isn't to tie our hands for the next 3.5 months. So I'm looking forward to this. I think we're off to a great start. And again, I think I would in particular like to thank the executive team and all of staff who's been working on this. It has literally been, I'm sure, a 24/7 job since the 22nd when we passed the proclamation, or whatever that was then. It has just been a scramble, and I'm so proud of the compliments we've got, and they all go back to staff doing a great job out in the field. So looking forward to seeing this continue to evolve as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Whoops. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does the ordinance, or sorry, does the motion say anything about having the 6-foot distance mandatory on all city sidewalks?
Mr. Henschke or Mr. Doimus, whoever wrote it, I think we're working with the appropriate distancing. Go ahead, Mr. Doimus.
The ordinance specifically calls out requirement of tables to be 6 feet apart. There is in the street to pathway, the 14-foot clearance from the center line of the road as well. As Mr. Dayton said earlier, the 4 feet is really hopefully used for ADA accommodations. But there's nothing else specifically calling out a 6 feet social distancing in the ordinance besides the tables.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? We need Ms. Gorman to read the entire ordinance, and then we vote on it. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to follow up on Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's comment. So the ordinance as it is, other than us asking that there be 6 feet between where pedestrians are walking and tables are, that's not actually codified. And could it be, I guess is the question.
Mr. Henschke.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Sneddon, what the ordinance does is it actually incorporates the county health orders with regard to the 6 feet. The ordinance leaves to the administrator the ability to establish, for example, the corridor issue areas so that we can manage both ADA and distancing as appropriate, given the various circumstances that exist throughout the State Street corridor. And so trying to regulate that today would be very difficult because we basically have to draw a map, and that would be hard. So we believe that we have sufficient tools to address that in the existing ordinance.
Okay, and you've received the message that that is important to at least some of us. Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, something else before Ms. Gorman reads the ordinance?
I just wanted to add that there are side streets where there are not 6 feet of walking space between the curb and the building. So we're trying again to be nimble as quick as we can. When you hear words like 14 feet from someplace to someplace too, my experience on State Street is that's not including the landscaping. What's actually there is less than that. And so I think, again, I'm supportive of this and supportive of the staff, the way the staff is going to manage it on the ground in an appropriate manner. That's what I'd like to support. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I guess I would add in terms of public engagement, I have been spending some time out on State Street, and people are coming up to me all the time saying how much they love it. And I guess it's 80% love it and 20% are concerned that there's too many people and not enough masks. And I've been handing out masks and I will continue to do that. So Ms. Gorman, I think we're clear for you to read the ordinance into the record. Mr. Henschke, something else?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, we do need to make the amendment to Section 4 of the ordinance in order to accomplish the desire to extend to September 8th. And that amendment, if the clerk is ready to write it down, would be to, in Section 4 of the ordinance, after the word effect, delete the words for 90 days after the effective date, unless, and replace it with until September 8th, 2020, unless, so that the sentence would read, this emergency ordinance remains in full force and effect until September 8th, 2020, unless extended or repealed by council action.
Ms. Gorman, did you get that?
I believe so.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor and Mr. Henschke, I'm just going to read back that sentence real quick. The Section 4 term, this emergency ordinance remains in full force and effect until September 8th, 2020, unless extended or repealed by, et cetera, et cetera. Good? Very good.
Yes, ma'am. So get comfortable, folks.
All right.
Ms. Gorman's going to read the ordinance. Thank you.
Settle in. Okay. An uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara pertaining to COVID-19 economic recovery. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, findings and determinations. A, this ordinance is an exercise of the city's police power to enact emergency regulations necessary to facilitate a safe and speedy local economic recovery from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. B, the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting emergency orders from the governor and local health officials have resulted in massive unemployment, business closures, and severe limitations on the capacity of certain businesses to interact with customers. C, on May 22nd, 2020, the city administrator acting as director of emergency services issued an emergency order titled Supplemental Proclamation and Local Emergency Order, establishing a temporary pedestrian promenade on portions of State Street for the purpose of economic recovery pursuant to SBMC Chapter 9.116 and Council Resolution number 20-021. The order will expire by its terms on June 2nd, 2020. The City Council desires to continue the effect of the order as provided in this ordinance. The City Council wishes to mitigate the effects of economic disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and facilitate a safe and speedy local economic recovery citywide by authorizing the temporary suspension of certain local regulations and authorizing the temporary use of public and private property. D, in addition to extending the duration of the economic recovery promenade on State Street, as provided in the City Administrator's May 22nd, 2020 supplemental order. This ordinance will authorize the City Administrator to establish a citywide temporary economic emergency relief and recovery program that allows temporary expansion of existing permitted commercial use of property into specific areas of adjacent public streets, sidewalks, parking spaces, and lots, as well as into required off-street parking and setback areas. E, this ordinance is necessary as an emergency measure to be effective immediately for the preservation of the public peace, health, and safety for the facts and reasons set forth in City Council Resolution number 20-021, ratifying and proclaiming this existence of a local emergency, which facts and reasons are incorporated by this reference. Section 2, temporary street, sidewalk and parking closures on State Street. The supplemental order referred to in Section 1, Paragraph C of this ordinance, a copy of which is attached, is incorporated by this reference. Section 3, expansion of street closures. A, notwithstanding anything in the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to the contrary, the city administrator is authorized to allow temporary expansion of existing permitted commercial uses of property into specific areas of adjacent public streets, sidewalks, parking spaces, and lots, as well as into required off-street parking and setback areas of the commercial premises. B, all the structures, facilities, equipment, and activity to accommodate the uses must be of a temporary nature, capable of being promptly removed upon expiration of this ordinance or any extensions of this ordinance approved by the City Council. C, all street closures and encroachments into the public right-of-way must be approved by the Public Works Director and the Traffic Engineer. The Public Works Director and Traffic Engineer are authorized to implement traffic control measures to include enforcement of advisory speeds and road closures to ensure public safety. D, nothing in this ordinance waives any provisions in Santa Barbara Municipal Code Title 8 Fire Protection or any codes adopted by reference contained in that title, nor does this ordinance waive any provisions of Chapter 22.04 or any codes adopted by reference contained in that chapter. E, all of the restrictions of the order adopted by Section 2, with the exception of those specific to State Street, will apply to all street closures. F, all businesses are required to follow any order issued by the Santa Barbara County Health Officer. G, the city administrator is authorized to adopt supplemental regulations as necessary to accomplish the purposes of this ordinance. H, a violation of this emergency ordinance is enforceable as provided in Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapters 1.25 and 1.28, as well as any other applicable provision of the code. Section 4, term. The emergency ordinance remains in full force and effect until September 8th, 2020, unless extended or repealed by council action. Nothing contained in this ordinance creates a vested right to continue any authorized activity or use beyond the term of this ordinance. Section 5, CEQA. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, this project is categorically exempt per Section 15304E of the CEQA guidelines regarding minor temporary uses of land. Section 6, declaration of urgency. This urgency ordinance must be adopted and must become effective immediately in order to protect city businesses from imminent economic harm due to the COVID-19 health pandemic. Section 7, if any section, subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this urgency ordinance is for any reason held to be invalid or unconstitutional by a decision by any court of competent jurisdiction, such decision shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this urgency ordinance. That's all.
Thank you. And if you're ready to do a roll call vote, which is required when we have people participating by remote, Ms. Clerk, thank you.
I am, and this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve the recommended action with the emergency ordinance with the modification as Section 4 as read into the record. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman has left the meeting. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that was 6-0 with Mr. Friedman, I think, had to go to work. So thank you, everybody, for that. If there's nothing else that staff needs from us, I will just announce that the next time our city council is meeting is our regular June 2nd meeting, and the budget, it's a continuing budget hearing with community development and the city attorney's office. Mr. Casey, go ahead.
And Madam Mayor, just to wrap up, I want to give a personal thank you to city staff who worked so quick on this. And like all of you have mentioned, over the weekend, a holiday weekend, just nonstop, directly out of my office, Public Works, Fire Department, Community Development, Police Department, just everyone really did an amazing job. And I just want to personally thank them for making that big lift.
Thank you, Mr. Casey, and thank you for your leadership on this as well. And if there's no other items, and there's not, I will adjourn this meeting to June 2nd. Thank you.